Good evening and welcome to Go Race Promotions on Twitch for round number 1 of the AK Racing Assetto Corsa Competizione GT3 Endurance Cup. My name is Matt Nibbers from Go Race Promotion, and joining me in the commentary box is Christopher Fraser. Chris, welcome to the commentary box. What do you think of tonight's race so far?
Okay. Really looking forward to it. Should be good. Watching these guys push these GT3 cars around Bathurst.
Yep. And we have got a 3-hour race coming your way for the opening round of the Endurance Cup. Let's bring up some of the early results from practice so far. And, well, what a surprise, Andy O'Hara on top. How unusual.
It's been a class act all season, hasn't he? In the so not surprised coming into this.
Certainly a class act in anything that he runs. Volume is very quiet. Okay, we'll fix that in a couple of seconds. All right, how's that disinformation? A little bit better? He'll tell us in 20 seconms.
Can you really trust someone called disinformation?
That's a good point.
Fine.
That's a very good point. Well, maybe go that much more again, if possible. Yeah, okay, mate. Let's see. Fine now. I'm getting mixed information from the chat already. We haven't even started the stream for very long. We've been going for less than a minute. Come on. Let's get it. Let me go about 3 hours before you tell me that I'm on mute.
I blame disinformation.
Yeah, maybe he's very informative. Well, anyway, we're looking at Andy O'Hara in the 208 Bentley as he makes his way through the S's. Let's actually jump on board with Andy, and we'll get an onboard lap with currently the fastest man in practice around this legendary circuit. Chris, maybe you'd like to give us a talk around this track once we've actually got to the start-finish line, and give us your take on the track.
Hopefully he doesn't hit in.
You know, that would be just about right for me, wouldn't it? We focus on someone, we go on board with them. We're getting wound up for a trip around the track, and he'll go into the pits.
It looks like you're safe.
Oh, well, that's good, because Andy usually does watch the streams while racing. I thought he might troll us a bit.
That's not a really start. That last one. Oh, great. A little bit of the curve there.
Interesting that he doesn't overuse the exit space coming out of turn 1. Usually in real life we do see them go all the way out over that curve, don't we? But,
yeah, I think these cars get a little bit too early. Jeez, too much curve.
Turn number 2. Oh, that's interesting. He doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh well, he's.
Like he was. Yeah, I was going to say wrong gear there.
I think he's probably. I reckon he's going to troll us now and pull over and go into the pits. Or not. He's back onto it. Certainly got out of it for the cutting, but
I've found the Bentley's a bit of an advantage coming up through here because of the right hand. You're on the right hand side of the car. You get a bit more feel with this wall on the riders.
It's certainly got that thumping V8 under the bonnet as well, which gives a fair bit of torque up the hill.
Yeah, it's a good car for Bathurst. Same through all of here. There's very important the wall on the right. Getting close to that wall on the right.
In fact, looks like Andy is probably going to go into the pits now, so that's really unfortunate. Did see that he made a mistake going through turn number 2.
Warming up his tyres?
Yeah, warming up his tyres as if they weren't warm enough already. But let's see if we can't find another driver on an attacking lap.
So Andy drove.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
GT4 car.
Yeah, I was going to bring this up a little bit earlier. We do have a mixed class race tonight. So we've got a couple of GT4 drivers out there mixed with the GT3s. So
that Mercedes GT4 is such a good looking car.
It is. Personally, I like the Camaro, but you can't go wrong with the Mercedes.
Just I like race cars that don't have too much bodywork hanging off them. It's a good look, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Close second for me has to be the KTM Crossbow, but driving it is a bit, well, scary.
KTM should stick to motorbikes, personally, but
That's a
it's
fair
out
point.
there.
Well, they're going really well in MotoGP now. I saw them
They
up
are.
in the top 5 for practice, so good to
I
see
think
that they're getting on top of it.
I think Zarco putting a 2019 Ducati on pole this week's race is the most interesting thing in the MotoGP tonight.
Well, it's not surprising. Ducati have made probably the best bike on the grid, and I
The
say
rest
that.
of the Ducatis are nowhere.
Oh, no, not
It's
really. I
just
mean,
it's just him and Petrucci's in 8th, and the rest of them aren't even in the top 10
well, that's very
for
surprising.
qualifying tonight. That's specifically for the race tonight, I should say. They've been pretty good all season, but tonight gonna be.
That's very surprising because the Ducati has always struck me as a sort of everyman's bike for every track. You can see when you look at Jack Miller jumping from the Honda to a Ducati, and suddenly he just started getting great results. And I'd like to say that with gritted teeth because I am a Honda supporter, but geez, Honda have only really made a bike around Marc Marquez. That's not
Sorry,
smart.
you've got no idea where that Honda is just because of how good Marquez is.
I think you have to ride it on the absolute limit to get the most out of it. If you try and ride it smooth, then it doesn't work. Okay. Let's see if I hope we haven't lost connection with the server. That'd be most unfortunate.
No, it looks. Well, what to say?
Huh.
Never actually seen that slow ahead graphic down the bottom.
We've lost connection to the server. So bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we can get back into the server.
Wouldn't be a night of sim racing without a disconnect.
Yeah, that's pretty well right. Yeah. Let's see. Hopefully we get back in. We are getting back in now, so let's jump. What is going on here? What has happened here? Did my game just crash? No, it hasn't. Very good. We're back into it. Yeah, look, that must
Looks
have
like
been
there's a server reset, yeah.
must have been a server reset as we're currently sitting on board with Pulley. Let's try and bring up. There we go. There's our overlay. So according to the schedule, we should be about ready to jump into qualifying. We've got 7 minutes. Currently, we're looking at Shane Poole in the Roger Ramjet Racing. I'm gonna guess it's a Honda or a Mercedes. No, it's an Aston Martin. God, I'm all over the place. Can't get it right.
I was thinking BMW, so that said there's no BMWs on the server, so I don't know where I was getting that from. I saw I see the 313 Cookie Monster skin.
Yeah, let's have a good look at that. Look at that. Outstanding. Just outstanding.
Great job.
Well done, guys. Well done. In fact, I think I saw there were 2 of them out there, actually. Let's see if... I'm trying to find it. Nope. Check out the Lambo. Which Lambo do you want me to check out, Cinder?
There's only one on the server. 66, is it? 68, sorry.
68. Well, there it is. It's all black.
Oh, you might not have that skin.
I thought I had it, but we missed something.
That Lambo does look pretty good in black.
There's nothing wrong with all black cars. Here's a car that managed to get in just in time with me. They just sent the livery straight to me. That's the 69 Nissan GTR.
A big fan of anything Calsonic-y, Calsonic Blue.
I think we have our meme team right here, actually. So we can see Big Chungus. This is actually, funnily enough, Big Chungus Veloce Racing. So you got to love some of the creative names that sim racers come up with. Big Chungus on the back there. Very good. All right, let's rejoin one of our drivers currently on track. If I can find one, here we go. Shane Poole, he's dropped behind the Honda of Michael Young. Michael Young, definitely a driver you got to keep an eye on, and he's in a car that he does reasonably well in.
I've seen a lot of the Accord so far in any of these AK races, so...
Well, I've run into him in a couple of open server races, and he just rocks that Honda like no one else. And I see we have a spammer on our chat. Let me just get rid of him. Let me just get rid of you. Low crazy man. How about you? Crazy away. Oh god, how do I get rid of you? I usually can delete chats, but I can't seem to get rid of this one. Let's see. Cannot get rid of him. Just ignore the spammer. I'm sure he's got OnlyFans or something. Good on you, mate. As we refocus on Michael Young. There we go. That's the camera angles I want.
There.
Okay, let's jump on board with Michael as he goes through quite possibly the best part of this circuit, which is this downhill ballet dance, really.
Yeah, kind of balancing act all the way down, isn't it?
Yeah, and just takes 100% commitment as well, and that's really the key. Looked like he got that right. Didn't see too many mistakes from him.
Yeah, nice and clean.
And that
sometimes you don't. It's hard to tell till you get to the bottom. Sometimes with Bathurst.
This is true. We'll see what he stops the clock at, because he's going to be the first man over the line. I'm seeing a lot of fantastic drivers in the entry list on the left-hand side there. We got Stephen Bull in 4th position running a Mercedes. He's a very quick driver. Of course, Andy O'Hara, Thornton, and Courtier, just names that just pop out to me. But of course, Courtier running in GT4. But yeah, it's going to be a great night of racing, that's for sure. 2:03 for Michael Young. I'd say he's just getting warmed up.
Yeah, I wonder if they're starting with the green track after that server reset.
Well, track is fast up in the top right-hand corner there, but 19 degrees, so that's really, really cold.
Actually, should be quite grippy.
And thank you to Ryan Hooley for the follow. Hope you enjoy the coverage tonight.
He's got a GT4 car to contend with here. Let's see how it goes.
That's okay. He puts himself in the fence, gets out of the way. Nice. In fact, find out who that was. James Honner in the Salazar. God, don't know how to pronounce that. Salazar racing team. In fact, speaking of MotoGP, have a look at that. That's fantastic.
Oh, as it should be.
Yeah. Repsol, Honda, it's a great combination. In fact, surprising to see that there are a couple of Hondas in the field. Just looking at the entry list on the left-hand side, I'm seeing 4 of them already. And the Hondas never really...
Yeah, they're not in the sprint rounds. There's no one in the Pro Series Racing Hondas, I don't think.
The Hondas just never struck me as a fantastic car. As a Phillips now to the top with the 202.6 in a Bentley. So I think that's probably really the best part of GT3 racing. Get such a mix of cars, and they all make their strengths and have their weaknesses in certain parts of the circuit.
Totally agree. There's so many cars. I don't think I could, if I was, sitting in a room, I could list them all off my head without the help of the internet. All the current GT3 cars, how many there are.
Jump on board now with David Thornton in the Repsol Honda. We make our way up the mountain, up towards. No, we're not. Are we? We just froze for a second there.
Skin joining the server.
Probably someone just joined
downside.
Yeah. But, I think I might just turn the volume down on the cars. Seem very, very loud. Hopefully that's a little bit better.
He's very wide there.
In fact, he's gonna call it there. Before we lose the track, let's go to Justin Courtier. We just touched on him running a GT4, which is rather surprising in the slower head team.
Yeah, must have just decided he wanted to change of pace, quite literally.
Well, actually, the GT4 cars are really fun to drive. They and they don't have a lot of adjustability either, so I think it will really bring a lot of the aliens back a little bit to everyone else. As we see.
To narrow the field as well. It does lead to good racing.
Oh, let's have a look at the Cricket Australia KFC Racing Porsche. Jeez, he's had a looks like he's had a bit of a shocking lap. He's certainly hit something. Look at the front of that Porsche.
Yeah, must be. It's worth doing the experiment to see how long that's going to take to repair as well. At this point, if you've got a bit of damage, you might as well, because it's a long race. There's a high likelihood you're going to cop a little bit that you're going to need to fix at one point.
It's better to stay off the walls, I reckon. But it's a lot. It's easier said than done around this track. It's very, very difficult. David Brister, Ravens Racing in the Bentley. And aside from the GTR, this thing is my favourite sounding GT3 car.
Yeah, it's my car of choice out of this whole game.
I might just turn that back up a little bit just so we can enjoy that. God, that's nice.
Yeah, I agree. It's a good car. Everything about it's good. I love the way it looks. I love the even the way you can see right through the rear diffuser to the gearbox.
Yeah, it's I don't know, for some reason I do tend to lean towards some of the thick boys of GT3. So obviously the GTR, then the Bentley and the BMW as well.
As the Cat Honda runs towards us.
Yep, I've got the right car. That's good.
Park Racing.
Yeah, North Park Racing.
Oh!
That is real nasty. Wow.
The full David Bernard.
Wow, let's get a replay of exactly what's happened there.
Got a pump the brake going up the hill.
It looked like he grabbed the grass on the left-hand side on the braking zone, and that's just sent him into the fence. So, fortunately, this takes a little while with all the custom liveries. Let's see. Oh, there it is, 49. So, let's see, camera. So, comes up towards turn number 2. Yeah, you see he's grabbed the grass, and he's just a passenger.
Yeah, not much to stop you out there.
God, he did a lot of damage to that car. Have a look at it.
Yep.
That is a lot of damage.
I mean, if that happened during the race, you're going to be in the pits for a while, or it's race over, one or the other.
And it looks like David's having even more problems as we rejoin the circuit.
Still, I maintain better to get all this out of your system now rather than later.
Almost look like he's having disconnect issues in a way. So of course 2 drivers in every single car. I don't really know how to bring up the co-drivers for all these drivers.
I'm just logging into Discord so I can have a look at the grid information now.
We've got another Bentley on screen now.
Yono Ball?
Yep, Yono Ball, number 330 in the AKR Enduro Bentley. That's actually a really nice colour scheme.
Can't go wrong with green on a Bentley.
Yeah, dark green and then light green. So he makes his way through the chase. Currently 5th in the session so far. He's 3 seconds off of Stephen Bull's time of a 2:02.1. But I always say it, practice doesn't really mean much. In fact, Johnny Bull is gonna call it there. Let's see if we can't. I want to try and find Stephen Bull. I think everyone's in the pits though, so
it might be race briefing time. potentially.
Yep, there we go. It's right there. Lockie Nichols, pit for briefing. So, and then Monjan confirms it in chat. Thanks a lot, Monjan. Let's have a look at the fastest team out there at the moment. That is the number 313 Cookie Monster. Oh, God, it did not let me keep the car. There we go. Stephen Bull in the Cookie Monster Mercedes.
I get the feeling most of the guys out there just now were just getting comfortable, making sure everything's right, and going to be able to settle in for a long first stint. Well, qualifying and then a long first stint.
Yes, I think the strategy will be to go as long as you can. I mean, Stephen Bull, I don't know who his teammate is. I want to say it's Tim Cook, who is...
Yes, I believe that's who was driving the car at the start of that session, so they must have done a driver swap in there too.
Yep. So, well, that's a pretty stacked entry, I have to say. Tim Cook is very, very good sim racer. And Stephen Bull, well, he's fast in anything. So let's see, we have 20 minutes of qualifying just about to come up, and then we head into the 3-hour race. Oof. Really looking forward to this.
Gonna be hard work for these guys.
And then, of course, our, how many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 GT4 cars out there out there. That'll throw a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? Excitement as the faster cars try to pick their way around through the one line that is the top of the circuit. Let's actually go to the top of the circuit.
Gonna be interesting. It's gonna need to be a lot of patience shown across the top of the mountain.
Well, looking at one part of the track that is going to claim a lot of victims tonight, because it is actually really difficult to get this corner right, and that is the cutting.
These cars, you can enter it so quick, but you have to be very straight. If you got any sort of looseness front or rear, you're gonna have a problem when you get to the apex of that corner.
Well, it's just, well, this is something that I love about Competizione. Have a look on the edge of the circuit. It really simulates loose rubber very well. If you're offline here, you're a passenger.
Yep.
Oh, let's move on.
And it's only going to get worse as the race goes along.
That's true. Oh, we got the tree here. I always forget which park this is. I want to say it's right there, Solomon Park. Very, very tight. This curb here is a mongrel. I hate this curb with a passion. If you don't use it, you're going to be slow. If you use it too much, you're in the fence on the other side.
And once you've dealt with the inside one, the outside one's coming at you really quickly.
Yep, and very easy to just pinball your way all along the top of the mountain from there.
Got to be very careful with low tyre pressures at both of those curbs. You probably don't want to touch either of them on the first couple of laps during the race.
Right, now into, I want to say McPhillamy, but I'm probably wrong.
I think this is McPhillamy.
Oh, Reed Park, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, yeah, you might be right.
No, I don't know myself, honestly. I'm Australian and I don't know all the parks at Bathurst. I'm an absolute embarrassment. But, well, who remembers that Bathurst 12 hour with the Aston rolling over here? That was...
Yeah, I mean, that was qualifying as well, wasn't it? Pushing and qualifying.
I think
none of these boys will quite have to pay that price if they make a mistake like that.
I think I was actually at the track for that crash, but I was all the way up here somewhere.
Right.
In fact, that oh geez, that looks like me right there.
Which one?
The guy with his hands in his pockets going, what the fuck? This guy right here.
Yeah, right. They used, maybe ACC have used your likeness without your permission.
Maybe. I'll have to get some money. Right. Well, this year's 12 hour, this was a corner that really played a huge part. Ended a lot of people's races. We saw Lamborghini on top of the tyre barrier, and we saw, of course, Garth Tander firing the Audi into the fence right here.
This section's always been. I mean, ended Paul Radisic's career in the V8 supercars. Yeah,
Wasn't that the
always
chase?
missed them. And I think it was right here against the wall, just behind your camera.
No, I
In a
think it was the
killer, no, in a
no.
H.
Rick Kelly ripped a front corner out of his car through here.
I'm pretty sure Paul Radisic hit the hill wall down here and broke his right foot and just never came back.
I think everyone's gone off here. Let's be honest. And of course, this wall here, we almost lost Alan Moffat back in, I want to say it was 87 when he teamed up with Brock.
Oh
And
yes, yep.
almost went firing down the hill. But luckily the concrete wall saved him. And then the ballet dance begins coming down this hill all the way to the S's. And, well, as you can see by some of the tyre marks, a lot of people are getting it wrong.
Yes.
Yes.
The testing part of the most testing part of the track, I think.
It's this
All
curb
the other
here, I reckon. You want to use that curb, but if you hit it wrong, you're going into the cleanway tyre barrier right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maximum bravery.
And I can never get this part right here. This is where you're supposed to pick up the brakes.
Yep.
Of course, we can see some brave soul is picking up the brakes here. And
again, so most of these GT3 cars being left-hand drive, it's just that little bit harder coming down through here because that right-hand wall.
Yeah, I'm always too far off that wall myself. And then, of course, probably one of the most iconic corners on this track, the dipper. Difficult to get it right. When you get it right, it feels really good.
Yep.
And we're going to make our way all the way down to the elbow, which is another really a corner that I struggle with a lot because just over this crest, the car gets really light, even in GT3, even with all that downforce, it gets
Just
light.
the way the road drops away.
Yeah, and yeah, I tend to lock rear brakes a lot.
Yep.
And yeah, very difficult.
It's such an important corner for lap time as well.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Because obviously it leads onto the longest straight in the country.
Yeah, and you're 100% throttle all the way down. And then, of course, the chase.
That camera's great. So fast.
Yeah. Oh, you haven't seen nothing yet? Look at that.
Okay.
Oh, I've lost the track.
Oh.
I regret nothing.
Somewhere in rural New South Wales.
We're out in Cowra now. Right, so the chase, maximum commitment for here, but I actually don't really struggle with the chase at all myself.
Yeah, especially in these. I mean, the GT4 guys. I haven't driven the GT4 cars around here. They might have something different to say, but the GT3s, it's basically a straight corner, isn't it?
More or less, you get up over that curb, you can get spat out onto the grass, but expect to see a couple of good passing moves through here. And of course, expect to see the motocross track being used across the chase.
This straight is always such an awkward length. This last little straight here I've found it just doesn't feel quite. It's just long enough that it's a straight, but not quite long enough that you can relax.
No, because pretty well straight onto the final corner, and you've got to get this one right to complete the lap. And carrying too much pace in means you end up in the fence there, or as well, this fella here found out, you end up facing the wrong direction. And that is basically a lap. And of course, this corner, the most important corner that a lot of drivers underestimate, turn 1, lap 1. Got to make it through this one.
It'll be interesting.
Well, there's a lot of experience.
Rolling start, so it should make it a little bit easier.
We've got a lot of experienced drivers as well in sim racing, and some of the best from AK are in this server right now. So I don't expect a lot of problems.
When they get to side by side when they get to the mountain, that's when we'll see.
Yeah, get the bins ready. I've got to find out if there is a bin emoji that I can use. Got to give that to my subscribers.
One thing I will say about the rolling starts is, yeah, I think they do tend to lead to, a cleaner, everyone's sort of more even. But if there is an issue, everyone's going that bit faster.
Yeah, it's very difficult to get it right as if you're if you're on the pole, because you want to get on with it, but very easy to jump the start as well.
It's true, actually.
What how detailed Kunos have been. Getting someone's data.
My feed is a little low res, so I can't see quite the detail that you're seeing.
Oh, okay, I'll try and fix that for you. Let's see. Stream quality. Oh, look at that. Oh, I can't. Oh, you have a bin. We actually have a bin emoji. Get that ready for lap 1. I can't unlock the HD streaming on Discord.
That's all right. It's definitely doable when there's cars on track. It's just those, yeah, I'm never gonna be
Finer
able to spot
details,
those.
yeah. No, it's not going to work. There's nothing of interest on there anyway. So we'll be getting on with qualifying very soon. Really looking forward to it.
It's gonna be a good race. I'm actually, as I said, I'm surprised by the GT4s have surprised me, so I'm looking forward to it even more now. I know they're out there.
Yeah, definitely. If you're out there and you want to get into some endurance racing, get onto AK racing. Get into the GT4s. We want more of them. They're actually really fun to drive. They move around a bit. You can slap the curbs a little bit and have a little bit of leeway with mistakes. Really great fun racing.
Yep, great league as well. Been racing with them for about 18 months, and it's been, yeah, very enjoyable.
Oh, I've only been streaming their racing for a couple of months, and thus far I've just been absolutely entertained from start to finish in every single race.
The BTCCs have been, yeah.
They've been my favourite. They've
There's
been my favourite.
always something going on.
Is it actually Phillips? When does quali start, or did I already miss it, mate? Currently, drivers are in driver's briefing. That's the last I've heard. So we are about ready to start qualifying very, very soon. In fact, did we just...
Usually they go straight from
Okay,
the race
maybe
briefing to
not.
qual, so...
Okay, so I
Oh,
lost
they've
the...
reset the server again, have they?
Quite possibly. Let me just...
Yeah, they must have realised something wasn't right.
Yeah. Let's try and bring back the server. Hopefully... Yeah, it's not going well. Hopefully I just jump straight into qualifying.
There we go.
There we go. So we found it again. It's okay.
Green light, go, go, go.
We're almost there. We're almost there. There we go. We're there. We're back. Almost. We're almost back.
Wait for everyone to rejoin.
Turn to garage. There we go. So we are 24 cars strong again. Oh, Michael Young, way back there at the end of the pit lane. That's going to suck for him in qualifying. Definitely driver in top spot is a GT4 driver.
I'm assuming they're doing separate qualifying sessions, or they're breaking the qualifying session up.
Yeah, it looks like they are. Oh, no, I think there would just be one qualifying session. There's actually Phillips, nice
They
chasing.
usually they'll break it up. They'll give one group 10 and the other group 10. I'd say maybe not though.
That's probably fair. I might just double check Discord. See what the schedule actually is. Oh god. Okay, here we go. Let's see, Endurance Cup. Yeah, so we'll have 10 minutes for GT4, 10 minutes for GT3. So,
So the
yes.
GT4s are on their way out. Oh, it's still free practice. So
Oh, here's our...
one of the Cricket Australia cars heading out.
Is it actually Philippa? It was nice chasing you two at Spa, by the way. Yeah, thank you. It was actually my brother that was joining me for the Spa 6 hour. But I'm sure Kaiser is in the chat somewhere, lurking around. I'm sure he'll be very much appreciative of that. Let's go for a quick ride around this track with Andrew Ferguson in the 421 Porsche. The Cricket Australia KFC Racing Porsche. That's a decent effort, actually.
Really like the Cayman GT4 in AC.
Well, definitely give them a go in ACC, I reckon. That's my recommendation. They're good fun. They're good fun. Whoa.
Maximum commitment through there.
It's not even on a hot lap yet. This is only his out lap. Get a good idea of how this car is handling just by looking at the wheel movement.
Really planted. Even the tail popping out on him. Like he had any issues controlling it.
What's really cool about the GT4s is that they almost have as much straight line speed as the GT3s because they don't have any drag on them with low downforce. It's just the corners that really let them down. I think I was watching one of the Blancpain Asia races, and they had the GT3 Merc behind a GT4 Merc, and it just couldn't get past down the straight at Sepang. It was only until they got to the braking zone that the GT3 was actually able to blitz past the GT4.
So one GT3 car is a very draggy beast.
Oh, it's a lot of downforce on them. Massive wings.
It's funny because the GTEs and the GT3s have a similar thing going at Daytona. The GT3s are faster down the straights, and then the GTEs make up all of that and more through the twisty bits. Even at Daytona, where there's not so many twisty bits.
I do like it when things just balance themselves out.
But yeah, you'd see the GTEs following the GT3s through the straight sections.
Ooh. Oh, it's actually Andrew
Off
Ferguson.
the wall though. Kept it off the wall.
This is Andrew Ferguson in the car, so I don't know what's going on. The names keep on changing.
I think there's another Cricket Australia Porsche in the pits.
Yeah,
I thought I saw two join the server, so
yeah, I believe it is. There it is. There. That's Terry Darwin, and I would say that's Luke Cooley sharing that car.
check the grid.
Let's see. There he is, Keen Lucas. So we've got a GT3 car on track, and this is quite possibly the best-looking livery on the track.
Go wrong with a Petronas Mercedes, can you?
No, it just works with this car too.
That livery looks good on everything. It looked good on the ZB Commodore that was it Dale Wood ran last year at a couple of races.
I think it was. I think it was this year, wasn't it?
Was it this year? Was it?
God, he's just saved that.
Yeah. Second time we've seen a car do that in the last two cars that we watched. So. The track's just not quite as grippy as it was before.
Ooh, it's
Actually, the track is green, yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Ah.
It's definitely showing.
Need more cars on the track, guys. Come on, get the rubber down.
This is going to make qualifying interesting if they haven't got it rubbered up in time.
Well, they've still got to go through a couple of sessions, and ACC simulates a whole race weekend, so it factors into like support events and things like that. That's what I've read anyway. Watch Keen Lucas. We'll see what speed, if we can find it. Oh, I can just see it there. 280 k's per hour, 282. Then on the brakes. Might have just touched 283. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
We're into practice.
So I wonder if they're going to jump it straight to qualifying here.
Guessing no issues still since no qual start. Yeah. Okay, we're losing drivers out of the server.
Hmm.
Go, go, go.
Okay. Well, I saw one driver jump out of the server.
May have been someone who wasn't actually racing. Might have been someone who's going to jump in a car later, potentially.
Oh, yes, who's the driver that that starts the race has to qualify? Is that correct?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that.
Hmm.
Let me check.
Definitely lost a couple of cars between the GTR of Tim Davies and Keen Lucas's Mercedes. Grand Chungus Veloce. Love it.
So I see someone said someone's going to compete the whole race by themselves.
Yeah.
That looks like it's against the rules, but maybe they'll be allowed to do it as some sort of Iron Man challenge.
Yeah. 3-hour race by yourself. That's certainly game. That's for sure.
That's the longest I've ever done, and you know what? I don't think I need to do it again. 2 hours is about my limit these days.
Yeah. Well, I did the Spa 6-hour event with Octane with my brother, and there was only 2 of us in the car, and so we had about 3 hours between us. And that was a marathon in itself.
I've done a 500-kilometer race at the full Nürburgring in a GT3 car. That was just over 3 hours. Yeah,
that's nasty.
Actually made that 2-hour one we did a few months ago look pretty easy.
Team retired halfway out of Spa from 4th. Oh, mate, that sucks. I saw that a lot of people had a struggle at the Spa 6-hour. No, I saw Mia Ott. She was up there. She was doing really well in the opening stint, and then binned it at Eau Rouge and Radion, like big time. So a lot of heartbreaks.
Spa is a true test.
So yeah.
Doesn't seem to matter what type of car you take there either. It's always a challenge, that track, even if it's different corners that happen to be challenging in the car you're driving.
I think just getting the car not to bottom out through Eau Rouge is just a pain in the ass.
Mia, of course, in the lead of the Sprint, AK Sprint Series Championship at the moment.
Yeah, she drove away from the field at Catalunya. Absolutely amazing drive.
Andrew O'Hara, 4 points behind her, 4.5 points behind her.
Yeah.
And then quite a drop back to Michael Young next.
Trying to find it. I think it's the O'Hara entry there, 331. Mia Rose now. Oh, okay. There you go.
Is that a congratulations is in order type thing, or?
I think so. Congratulations, Mia.
Yeah.
Let's go while we're waiting to get qualifying underway. Let's take a wander down the grid. I'll just let chat decide the best delivery so far. I've certainly got my favourite. No, never mind. We're going to go straight into it.
Go, go, go.
All right, here we go. So GT4 cars on the track. Let's see who can top qualifying for GT4. So we got 3 Mercedes inside of each other.
All going
That's
out right on
risky.
top of each other.
Actually,
Well,
that's an Aston.
you know what? I'll pass it because I'm pretty sure that Aston under the skin has a lot of Mercedes DNA in it.
Well, I do believe that the Aston is using... Oh, I've gone the wrong way again.
It's using at least the engine and gearbox, if not more.
Yeah, I think it's the same AMG V8, but then Aston Martin just decided to bolt 2 turbos on it because it just wasn't powerful enough, apparently.
I think they use all those Aston Martin road cars now use all the Mercedes electronics inside them as well and throughout.
As we get set for the start to qualify, these guys will probably lucky to get about 3 or 4 laps in, given how long it takes these guys to get around. They've got 10 minutes to do it.
Yeah, you're right there. Although I am surprised they're not. Well, at least not giving each other a little bit more space. Yeah, you do only have a limited amount of time, but you don't want someone else's mistake to affect one of your timed laps if you're right behind them.
So let's see. I'm just going to turn that down a little bit because I'm having a bit of trouble hearing Christopher.
Sorry, I'll eat my mic.
I know, that's okay. There we go. Now I'm not being deafened by the onboard engine. So actually got a bit of information in the chat. The GT4s are using the current twin-turbo V8 for Aston and Merc, but the AMG GT3 has the old, normally aspirated 6.2-litre V8.
Okay.
Well, we're about set
If you could just keep back checking us all race, that would be appreciated.
That would be awesome. Might have to actually hire Philippa to give us some facts all night long. Just stay in the chat. Please don't leave. Anyway, James Honner is about to start the first flying lap for the GT4 class. So he's going to set the benchmark. Let's bring up our timings sheet on the left-hand side. He's got the Aston trailing behind, and then there's a sizable gap to the Porsche of, I want to say that's Darwin.
Yes, does look like that. They've started their laps quite close together, but
Well, they just sort of managed to fan out a little bit. Just give each other some space, which is good to see. So we're going to jump on board with the AMG as we start sector 2 of the lap.
very, very smooth through there. I get the feeling these GT4 cars, you can't rush them.
No, you can't. You can throw them around a little bit. Like they do slide quite nicely, but it's almost like racing a proper touring car. Just kept it off the fence on the inside there.
Yeah, had a couple of grabs at that apex.
It's been a tidy lap. I want to say that this is just what James is aiming for is a banker lap, just to make sure that you've got something to gauge off for your delta at least.
You can start to take a few risks from yeah.
In fact, I might have been ambitious in saying that these guys might get 3 or 4. We're already halfway through the GT4 qualifying.
Yeah, let's see.
Well, James Honnold will stop the clock at 2:13.3. Respectable for a GT4.
Should get 2 more laps in. Probably 3.
It depends on whether you want to jump in, get some fresh tyres on. There's Courtier now. He's at the top.
Oof.
God, this is one thing I don't like about
These
these.
two are cramping each other in qualifying.
Just the whole selection thing. Oh God, look at that. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bounces you
It's
around.
not. Yeah, I do prefer Assetto Corsa for broadcasting because it is easier. You can use the mouse and select which car you want from the leaderboard on the left-hand side. I'm sure there is a way to do it that way, but I'm yet to work it out. Anyway, Justin Courtier at the top of the GT4 qualifying at the moment. In fact, we'll just get rid of the rest of the field, and there we have GT4.
Looks like he pitted in and is now on an outlap, I believe.
Who's that?
Justin, who we're just watching.
Looks like he's just backed off a bit, just to give himself space to go for one more flyer. Which is a bit bold, considering that we have, well, just under 4 minutes to go.
So as long as he gets around with more, he needs about, 2 minutes? 2 minutes, let's say 2 minutes 15. Well, I mean, 2 minutes 12. As long as he crosses the line with 2 minutes 12 left, he can do 2 laps, right?
I don't think he's going to make it through with 12 minutes left on the clock. Not for 2 laps anyway. Looks like he's really weaving around.
I think these guys can continue. It should, at the 10-minute mark, the GT3 cars can start coming out. But if these guys cross the line with time, they should be able to do one more lap. That's usually how these guys have done it with their multi-class racing in the past.
Well, here we go, Terry Darwin. I don't think he actually managed to complete a lap. But he's going to start his first flying lap. He hasn't got a lap on the board yet. So, probably have to dig deep, I think. He'll get one more lap, actually. Just judging by that, unless he bins it. And he does have Honor coming up behind him. Honor improved his time. He's down to less than half a second off, well, just over half a second off of Courtier's time. And there's a bit of a gap between himself and Starrett in the Aston, and then Ferguson, the first of the Porsches, bringing up 4th place.
Using that curb.
Well, that's maximum commitment. So Terry knows that he's not going to get many more chances to put in a strong lap. Oof.
Keeping it tidy though.
I'll have to jump on board and just see what the wheel work is like. Bit late, but
looks like a good start to the lap. The trick then is if you notice that, you can often be a bit too conservative at the end. So hopefully he's been able to maximise.
we're going to look out the front of the Porsche Cayman as we make our way into the chase. When is he going to pick up the brakes? Fairly late. Can he pull it up? He has done. Oh, that's lovely.
Good. Very tidy.
Very
Gonna get
well
another
done.
lap in here too. The yellow headlight housing kind of reminds me of the Farnbacher 911s from the GT2 era, way back in the mid-2000s.
Well, Terry's done enough to knock Ferguson back down to last, and Honor's had enough. Let's see if we can't find. Just missed him. So here we go, Andrew Ferguson. Can he improve?
He does,
No, he
but
can't.
Not enough to take him up.
And Courtier raises the bar up to a 12-2. And Honor's into the pits at the moment. So the only car's on track. Courtier, I don't think he was going to bother putting in another lap. Starrett looks like Not sure if I've just imagined this, but oh, he's got damage.
Oh,
Thought I saw some scrape marks on the front of this Aston. In fact, he is going to bin it there.
good job parking it well off the track.
Very well done. Let's see if Ferguson can improve, but also we got Darwin already through the S's and binning it. So there you have it.
We did say he was pushing pretty hard last lap. He obviously decided that there was a bit more out there.
It looked like he just got the start of the S's wrong. So we'll jump on board with Ferguson now.
Is that a brake bias adjustment mid-corner there? Did you see that?
I did see that. Might have been ABS or something adjusted. I have a feeling that the Avatar just has a mind of its own. Doesn't actually. 'Cause I've seen people making adjustments going through Eau Rouge, and there's no way I'm taking my hand off the steering wheel.
Yeah. I mean, I've got all my ABS and stuff on my steering wheel when I race, and admittedly my guy in VR moves his hand off the wheel, and which is a bit odd at times, but you do get used to it. So there's every chance these guys are just pushing a button on the wheel.
Oh, grabs a lot of curve going into the chase. Now we should have some GT3 drivers entering the track. We're down to 8 minutes left in the session. So GT3 cars will be on the track now. We're looking at the end of Ferguson's lap. See if he can bump his teammate back down to 5th in the second of the Cricket Australia
What a curve there.
Porsches.
Oh,
He does improve, but it's not enough. So your pole sitter for GT4 is Justin Courtier, as we now look at the entire field on track for GT3. So let's bring up GT3 only, and we'll try and find someone who's on track about to start a lap. It's Andy O'Hara. This is going to be a maximum attack lap, and I got some GT4s just making a parking lot there. So this is the lap
track.
this is the lap that we really want to commentate. So
I wonder how these guys will plan this session, if they're gonna try and get a couple of decent laps in, or
look at that. He's almost breaking at the 50-meter mark.
yeah,
Oh,
right up the wall.
lovely. Just poetry in motion, really.
Very smooth. Using all the track available.
And what's more is it doesn't look like as if he's ever struggling to keep control of this car.
Right up the wall there.
A few little sparks. Oh, how's the commitment?
Just poetry in motion, isn't it? This is probably just a banker lap too.
Yeah, does Andy know the meaning of struggle when he's behind the wheel? That's a good point. That's a good point. I don't think anyone's uploaded that to the old System 32. Now into the chase. This will be. Oh, he grabs a bit of curb.
Good curb there.
Look, human EXE. No, I think Mark Zuckerberg runs that one, and it doesn't really work for him. So there we go, straight to the top. But first, geez, 2 minutes 6. Okay, but Rico Coes immediately in the Audi.
We might see a sub 2 minute lap here before the end of the session.
We have a race on our hands.
Track's certainly fast enough and cool enough.
So as the field starts to rack up their lap time, so Stephen Bull, there he is in the Scuderia Stuttgart's Cookie Monster Mercedes. Currently sitting 3rd on the leaderboard, just behind Andy O'Hara.
I know we ended the favourite skin competition prematurely before, but but it's either this one or the cat. a Cat NSX for me.
Well, we had fellow gaming say 99. I don't know who 99 is. Oh, Matt Cotter. Matt Cotter and Spinozzi Aston Martin. Yeah, fair enough. That
Yeah.
is a pretty nice looking car. Now we're going to jump on board with the Bull now.
He's pretty new to. He's done very well for himself for someone so new to sim racing. He's
He's
probably only done 20 or 30 sim races in total.
maybe 20,000.
Yeah, I mean, he started last year. Those GT3 races he did last year were his first proper sim races.
Wow.
Yeah, so and he came on strong real quickly. Here's my teammate there, so I am a little bit biased, but yeah, I was very impressed with how quickly he got to grips with racing long sim races.
Wow, that is quite impressive. I thought he'd been racing for a little bit longer than that. I've seen him running around the Octane leagues, and he does really well.
Yeah, like late last year, or yeah, no, it must have been late last year. Was when he started racing. So yeah.
Camera's just having hissy fits there. He's got a little bit of traffic ahead of him in the form of the Hewitt Honda.
Space given those.
We'll see. Oh, well, look at that. We've got a 59 now. Andy
Yeah.
O'Hara to the top of 59.7.
I thought that was coming.
Yeah. God, the gap just keeps widening between the aliens and everyone else, doesn't it? It's depressing.
Yeah, that lap we rode on board with, it was a great lap, but it did feel very smooth, didn't it? And there was definitely a couple of spots where, especially on the second half of the lap, where it looked like he left a bit on the table.
He didn't leave a lot on the table there. Took the top layer of paint from both mirrors. Jeez.
Oh yeah, right up to the wall.
How's the commitment coming down the hill? Just, it's scary, I have to say.
It's all about poise coming down that hill. Like, you carry too much speed and you're in big trouble. You don't carry enough, and you got cars coming up behind you really quickly.
Well, the gap's pretty wide between Kozai and Young now. Unfortunately, it's a pretty wide gap as you look down the leaderboard. But when you're up against a 59, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and he could do two more laps here.
He's probably saying to us, saying under his breath right now, yeah, watch me do a 58. Another 59.6.
Yeah, just shaving tenths.
But I'm absolutely speechless by this performance. Like, I'm used to seeing weird performance from Andy, but geez, this just wow. 59.6. That's we're getting into the territory of when Audi took that GT3 R8 unrestricted around Bathurst, and they did a 58.
Yeah.
Someone hand this guy a contract.
Even going to quarry before, he had all the track on the outside. Like before he braked, he was right, like that wheel was just off the grass.
He had both front wheels off the deck through Reed, and now down through the S's. This is just scary. Look at that. He's not losing any mid-corner pace at all, but it does seem to go really well in the Bentley in particular.
It is, as I say, it's my favourite car in this game.
We've got a second driver into the 59s, and that's Stephen Bull. 0.2 of a second off of O'Hara's time. So we just watch We're going to complete this lap on board with O'Hara. We'll see what lap
Get
time
another lap in here.
he'll get. Yeah, he should do. No, he's gonna box it now. So let's see what Keen. We've got Keen Lucas about to cross the line now. Can he improve? Can he bump himself up to 7th? He can do. Well done to Keen.
Nice job.
So here comes Stephen Bull. I think he's actually in pit lane. He is. So David Thornton now in the Repsol Honda. What can he do?
It also improves.
So here we go. Rico Coes.
Can we bless another driver?
No, we can't.
No.
Michael Young, he's misses out on joining the 59 party. Only just, though. So here comes Peter Van Wingard. And no, he doesn't improve his time. Matt Cotter, there's that 99 livery. And Keith Stritsos, he manages to bump himself up to 16th. I don't know if there's anyone else on track currently improving. Andrew Thomas in one of the McLarens has got his indicator on. He's going, he had the wrong indicator on, just saying. Simon Phillips.
Either.
What does he stop the clock at? It's not an improvement for him. Shane Poole now. Roger Ramjet Racing. Fires it down towards the final corner. I think he's got David Brister behind him. Shane will be hoping to take a couple of seconds off his lap time. He improves, but only goes up to 16th. So Dave Brister getting the chase wrong. That's... May as well throw this lap away. Car's not exactly happy.
No.
But that's the end of qualifying. Let's run through the grid for you at home. So Andy O'Hara, let's actually bring up the timetables from qualifying. Here we go. So Andy O'Hara and Chris Munro will start the race on the front row of the grid. Next to him will be Stephen Bull and Tim Cook in the Mercedes AMG. Michael Young and Rashidi, I don't know his first name, unfortunately. I want to say it's Shane or Steve. I don't know. He's on the Stefano. Thank you. Thank you again, Philippa, saving us again.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, Rico Koze and Izzad Farr, sorry, make up the rest of row number 2. Row number 3, Matt Cotter and Alex Spinozzi in the V8 Vantage, and French and Kovacs and Campbell. One of the few. Oh, actually, we've got a couple of 3-driver combinations out there tonight, so that's cool. Keen Lucas, the only 1-driver combination out there. Starts out of 7th, while Nichols, Keen and Khan, that's the other Keen, I should say, will start out of 8th. David Thornton and Matty Richards in the Honda NSX Evo. Starts out at 9th, while Phillips, Vanderham and Newman start out at 10th. Van Wingard, Thomas in the McLaren out of 11th. Hewitt, Hegarty and Hemi Bateman in 12th. 13th, we'll see Davies, McLaughlin and Green. 14th, Eaton, Cesana. Then we have Ball, Wright, Poole, McKenzie, Strinsos, Ross, Brister and Torres, Thomas Sinclair. Then we get to the first of the GT4s in Justin Courtier and Adam Ferguson, while Honor and Marshall start beside them on the front row. Then we have Starrett and Rose, Darwin Cooley, Ferguson and Foley and Cretterton rounding out the field. I don't think we have Ball, Wright, or Foley, Ferguson and Cretterton. Got that all mixed up. All right, let's head to the track.
That was impressive.
Oh, I had to hurry through that one, mate. All right. Let's get to the front of the field. We have Andy O'Hara. He will lead the field away for the start of this 3-hour event. So we've got our formation lap, and then we go into the rolling start. Philippa Keen asked me to drive with him, but I didn't feel confident and thought he would find another person. Mate, the only way you build up confidence is getting out on track and just driving. And most importantly, just have fun. Don't focus on results.
There is no substitute for laps, particularly race laps.
Yeah, so I think my brother and I, we had the goal at the Spa 6 hour finishing in the top 50. There were only 50 entrants.
It's a noble goal.
It is. It takes a lot of pressure off you, and you can just have fun. And when you're having fun, that's when you perform at your best.
Yes, I agree.
So, let's see. I want to put it out to everyone. Who's your pick to win this race? Chris, I want to hear your thoughts. What do you reckon?
Oh, it's really hard to go past our pole sitting combination at the moment. But let's. You know what? I'm gonna throw a wild one in there, and I'm gonna say that Matt Cotter and Alex Spinozzi are gonna clutch a win tonight.
That's very brave. I'm with you. It's hard to go past Andy O'Hara, but I'm also going to have to look at Stephen Bull and Tim Cook. Wait, Tim Cook was his partner?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it is the Cookie Monster. I think that's where they get the Cookie Monster element of the team name from.
Quite possibly. I can actually bring it up here. Here we go. Yeah, Tim Cook. So, yeah, it's hard to go past O'Hara or Bull, those two entrants. But yeah, Coase, he definitely surprised me on that first lap in qualifying. Let's.
Either one of our top three combinations are potential.
We also got GT4 as well. We've got to keep these guys in mind as well.
Yeah, I wonder if does the game control how far they are behind the pack, or because it's actually quite.
Well, they're speeding up now, so they're.
Yeah, that's true.
Just got in the hurry up by race direction. KFC car. There's two of them.
179 and the 421, I believe.
There it is. There you go, Hooley. Look at that.
Come on, Ozzy,
All their
come on,
glory. All their bucketed glory. Isn't there a red one? Quite possibly, but I don't think they made it into the server. Well, anyway, we're about set for a start. We'll definitely keep an eye on both classes throughout this 3-hour race, but we're in for an entertaining race, that's for sure. Make sure you got yourself a nice cold drink or a warm drink, depending on where you are. Make yourself comfy, because we are just about set to go racing. We can see some nerves already. Drivers maybe going a little bit too fast. We're going to go into the helicopter view for the start of this race as we get set for a start. 3 hours of racing begin right now. And it's a very solid start. We can see Lucas in the background trying to go 3 wide into turn number 1. Oh, they're getting very close there. Lucas has actually managed to make it work. And has the field actually made it through turn 1? Oh no, what have I done? Looks like everyone has actually made it through, so very unusual to see that in a sim race. So let's see if they make it through turn 2, sorry. We're seeing a lot of caution there. See a GTR just going backwards through the field. As we focus on Cezanne, somehow our timing says that he's in first. No, there we go. Now it's sorting itself out.
These GT3 cars always seem to lack grip for that first lap and a half or so.
Tyres tend to take a little bit to warm up. So a strong start. Very strong start. Oh, I saw a Honda in the wall there. That was the 343. I just saw it. Looks like he got away with it. As they make their way down the mountain for the first time. Looks like everyone's been rather sensible this first lap. I haven't seen any major bins.
Well behaved.
So far.
At the start of any race, especially a 3-hour one.
Well, Cordia, he's got a massive gap already to Justin Marshall.
He's holding on to the back of the GT3.
as we have a four-way battle for second in GT4. Dom Franson literally just tuned in. How's that for timing, mate? Couldn't do better if he tried. Let's try and find our leaders. It's still Andy O'Hara. He's actually blown out to 0.8 of a second, at least at the last sector, but you can see that the gap is starting to stretch a little bit to Stephen Bull in the Cookie Monster Mercedes. A standing lap time of a 2:08.8. That's blisteringly fast already. As the field streaks up the mountain for lap number 2. Andy in the lead, shock horror. Yeah, it's fair enough. Well, you never know. There might be a glitch in the Matrix, and he ends up in Narnia. You never know. Oh, what? David Thornton. What has happened here? He was up in the...
We saw him in the wall on the first lap, didn't we?
Yeah, but the front of that car has got a lot of damage. So we're going to have to find out what's happened to Mr. Thornton and go to a replay while we're waiting for everything to load up. Thank you to Zadam AFX for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Now, unfortunately, let's see, we've got to find him first. So what was he, 343? Oh, there he is. All right, so he's done it. There it is there. So coming out of the chase, he's grabbed a bit of the grass, and there it is. So, and then...
You get to, it's not where you want to start the race.
No, and everyone's done really well to avoid him as well. You see Brister there, he's maybe shit himself a little bit. Well, that's that, and he'll have all sorts of nightmares trying to get that thing to turn, but he's already coming through on one of the GT4s, so he'll be rather frustrated, I think.
So maximum stint of 70 minutes.
And that's correct, as we're joining Keith Strintzos in another one of the Hondas. Good to see Honda being represented.
Quite a few Hondas here. Yeah, it's good to see. I mean, there's one in third position.
Yeah, Michael Young. And we're going to
It'll be interesting to see how these guys play the strategy from here. That's the nice thing about these long races. There's a lot of chance for you to play the games with strategy.
Well, we're seeing a lot of sensible driving at the moment. No one's really willing to get involved in any silliness, and that's great to see. As we saw Tim Davies, he definitely thought about a move going to turn number 2 on the Bentley of Ball, but pulled out of it.
This first stint in particular, I think, is going to test everyone. You know, obviously when they're all closest together, you're going to see the most, you know, differences in pace between the cars as well. It's going to be hard.
These two are starting to get really nice and cozy with each other. Shane Poole and Ball. Saw the Bentley a little bit earlier, just trying to insert itself into the back of the Aston.
Very difficult to pass in these GT3 cars as well.
I did a season of Octane with the Aston, and what I found with the Aston is that it's absolutely horrible off the slow corners. It just, it has no guts off the corners, but it's rather good down the straight and very stable through the corners. As he's going up the inside of Cezanne, and well, talk about 3-hour races and everyone being sensible.
Yep.
And that's actually just a free pass to John O'Ball and Tim Davies.
Yeah. I wonder how that... We didn't really catch the start of that because we were looking off the wing of the car. But yeah, it would be interesting to see how that started.
I'd say he just got a good start down Conrod Straight and got the slipstream, tried to send it up the inside through the chase, and just two cars going for the same bit of real estate. Never works out. But, pointed out in chat a little bit earlier, Cotter up to 4th. So, yeah, the Aston's going really strong.
Only feeling a little bit smug right now.
Feeling a little bit smug.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, yeah,
early.
you made the
It's a bit
dark
early
horse
for that.
call. Made the dark horse call. That's fair enough. Yes.
Don't let me down, boys.
Well, the Aston does pretty well in the longer races, I've found. But he's 5 seconds off Andy O'Hara. Oh, he glanced at the wall there. That'll give Coase a bit of encouragement behind him.
Yeah, getting the blowtorch applied from behind at the moment.
Well, these guys probably best to start working together and trying to work their way onto the back of the Honda just ahead of them.
At this point in the race, if someone's a lot quicker than you, they're going to start, looking. You're almost better off letting them have it. Not within reason.
It's very easy to get carried away in the first few minutes of a race.
Oh, I agree.
But,
any minute of a race.
No, that's true.
Looks like that Audi is definitely homing in on the back of that Aston.
Well, we're looking back at Coase from the Cotter Aston. Coase just doesn't seem to be able to close the gap. Like, that Aston does have some mighty straight line speed, but it's off the slow corners that it struggles. Just hear it lagging there.
Thankfully, there's only a few, only a couple of slow corners around Bathurst, but yeah. You're right, definitely that is, and through this fast stuff he's pulling away.
We swap over to Coase. Coase being very cautious with that curb through the S's.
Probably good to leave a bit of margin there when you're following someone so closely through that section.
These guys aren't really making any headway onto the young Honda. Although Young is pulling away ever so slightly.
Get the feeling that Matt is probably going up, but not a lot.
Oh, we got a car off the track. Don't know who that was. Was that Stephen Bull? I saw a lot of dust kick up.
I've been watching the gap between and I don't know if it closed up or not.
Yeah, the gap between Young and Bull definitely closed up. But, well, this battle is still rather tight in GT4. Forget Courtier, he's 15 seconds up the road somehow.
I'm gonna say everyone but Courtier is pretty close together here.
Starrett, he's had a good start. Marshall, if we can find him, he's got a lot of damage on the front of that Mercedes and a lot of damage on the back. So he's definitely been in the wars very early in this race. Trying to keep. Oh, we have one car in the pits already. It's Aaron Thomas. Meanwhile, I just saw this down the left-hand side. These two guys are getting rather close with each other. That's Strinsos and Brister. So they start.
Not much you can do until you get to the chase from here. Oh, sorry, to Conrod. guy in front makes a mistake. Or
Stritsos
lets you by.
really pushing up. We've got a white flag and a yellow. Oh, that's the GTR of Tim Davies. So he's binned it at Skyline.
Good job. Obviously watching his relative there before he made that manoeuvre.
So we'll have to find out what's happened there. That's really disappointing.
Hopefully he hasn't hit anything too hard and he can carry on.
Looks like there's a lot of damage on the front of that car. I saw the bonnet's just flipping up a little bit.
You don't usually end up facing the wrong way in there without hitting something pretty hard, unfortunately, do you?
Well, let's see if we can't find him. Oh, just missed him. There he is. So, that's the end of it. I'd say he's just dipped a wheel off, going...
Yeah, oof.
Oh, yeah, he's run wide and...
Oh.
Nasty. Whoa! Almost rolled it. And well done to the
That
Bentley.
is not nice.
He's backed into the fence twice there, so it's not the way you want to be 15 minutes into a 3-hour race.
One thing I will say is that, you know, a bit of damage in these is okay as long as you can drive with it, because they're going to be long pit stops when they do stop, because I'm assuming these guys are going to take fresh rubber and full fuel or near full fuel when they do stop.
Well, then if the maximum stint time is 70 minutes, you may as well go full fuel and tyres.
Yeah, 70 minutes, and each driver must do at least 50. So the guys that have 2 drivers, one of them's going to have to do at least 2 stints by the sounds of that.
Oh, no such trouble for this guy. Just another day at the office for him.
Stretching that gap slowly but surely.
Yeah, it's up to 5 seconds, so forget any battle we thought we might have with Stephen Bull and Andy O'Hara.
Incremental. Like a metronome lap after lap.
Yeah, how's the consistency? Last lap at 2:01.6, best lap at 2:01.3.
That's probably the first time he's kicked up any dust. We just happened to cut to him.
Yeah, I think we won't curse Andy anymore as we have more drivers kicking up dust. That was Matt Cotter and Rico Coase. Coase has got a run, but Cotter has just planted that Aston, and that's a massive, really wide arse on the Aston.
Just driving up the middle of the straight. There's really not much room for a GT3 car either side when there's one in the middle.
Philbert just said in chat, Andy O'Hara's race pace is their qualifying pace. It's depressing, isn't it?
Yeah. It's best not to look.
But I mean, let's look at the positives. As much as we joke that he's an alien, he's still human, and if he can, well, we can too. We just have to put in the effort.
Just gotta rewire all that muscle memory that you've programmed in.
Meanwhile, we've got a bit of a race developing here between Keen and Lucas. Now Keen, very keen actually, pardon the pun, he's doing this whole race by himself.
Improved from his grid position too when he qualified 8th.
Well, he did that in the first couple of metres. He qualified 7th, and he just jammed up the middle between, I think it was Cotter and French. And thankfully, they all made it through.
Pretty solid right now. I wonder if he'll get disqualified for the driver stint length rule at the end, though.
No, they can make individual stint times for each team.
Okay.
Yeah, so we had We had at the Spa 6 hour, 2 driver teams. Drivers had could only have, I think it was 3 hours 10, and 3 driver teams was like 2 hours 20 or something like that. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you to Frag TD for the follow, and thank you to Flubber for the subscription, tier 1 subscription. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. It's great getting all the support from people. It's fantastic. Love it. As we've actually already got drivers with GT4 traffic, and that is Ferguson in the first of the KFC Cricket Australia Porsches. And Cotter's managed to use that GT4 driver to his advantage.
Ooh. It's quite the gaggle of cars.
That is not a good sight from your rear vision mirror.
You just gotta
patience.
grin and, yeah, you just gotta grin and bear it and know that you know, or hope that it all comes out in the wash when you get stuck in a position like that, because you can't expect the guy in the GT4 to move over through there.
Well, the thing is,
look at that gap. Look at that. What's he pulled out?
Pulled out a lot of time.
What, 2? Oh no, we haven't
2.6 seconds.
Yeah.
So that was costly for Coase, but you got to keep your head on. Look at the clock at the top.
That's about as bad as it'll ever get. To get stuck like that, I think. But yeah, you're right.
Got to look at the clock at the top of the screen. 2 hours 41 to go. You bin it now, you've ruined your race, and ruined the race for your teammate as well. And you just got to hope that lap traffic plays in your favour. Although it doesn't seem to be playing in his favour just yet. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
It's yeah, you just have to hope that it all comes out in the wash. You know, it's one of those facts of life where life's not fair sometimes, but it's, you know, not fair for everyone. So just gotta grin and bear it when you get stuck in a spot like Kozu just did. And to be fair, he did. There was a little exit bubble, but he did wait in the end. So well done.
Yeah, I thought when he went to the left-hand side coming out of the dipper, it was going to be on, but no, thankfully discretion was the better part of valour for Coase, and he's managed to hang on to 5th position.
I think everyone that's done any mixed class sim racing before has been in that position, and the alternative is ruining someone else's race, and you know that's far worse.
Well, when you're in a 2-man or 3-man team, you got to remember you're racing with another or 2 other drivers, and you're not just ruining your race, you're ruining their race as well. And you never want to be that guy.
No.
Got a good battle brewing here between Strinsos and Poole. We just saw Strinsos get the cutting a little bit wrong.
Yeah, he missed that apex break. I actually almost thought he was letting him go.
Also got to keep an eye on the gap between Bull and Young. That's down to... Oh, into the fence! So Strinsos, he's got Skyline wrong. He had to straight line the S's, and I'd say that's a lot of suspension damage. Get the bins happening in chat, please.
Lost 2 of our 3 NSXs to pretty serious damage fairly early in this race.
Just slow the camera down a little bit, and he is limping.
I do think, you know, through those sections across the top of the mountain where you're kind of braking and going downhill all at the same time, the mid-engined, you know, mid-rear engine cars do struggle with that a little bit more. They're a little bit more sensitive to the brake bias and the ABS settings, and if you're not on top of that and adjusting that over the stint and over the race, it can catch you out.
Yeah.
As the fuel and the tyres come off.
Oh, that's so much damage.
Yeah.
He'll be able to make it back to the pits, get that repaired. And we have a drive-through penalty just popped up on the left-hand side there for French. So we'll have to find French. There he is. French, he was behind Lucas.
could he have done to manage? He might. I mean, that could have been handed down by the race director.
That's true. He may have maybe track limits, perhaps. I think you get a track cut warning for hitting the fence too hard. It's from a lap ago.
Oh.
Ah.
That might get. If that's the case, the race director may remove that. I was having a chat to the director during the week, and apparently that's something they can do. So that's been given due to
Some sort of
glitch
transgression.
or given incorrectly, then yeah, they can waive it.
Well, this is something for Kane Lucas. He's now into GT3 lap traffic. That is Lamborghini. Oh. Actually, no. I think Lucas has made a pit stop because he's dropped down to 8th. This is for position, and we see French go into the pits for the drive-through penalty.
Very early to be making pit stops.
Oh, the strategy. Gotta think about the strategy.
Yeah, that's true. You can do you could do a reverse. Instead of doing a long first stint and then a long second and a short final, you could do a short starting stint. So yeah, that's right.
You know what it could be for French? It could have been speeding in pit lane.
That's possible too. But that means has he already pitted at one point?
Well, he was still behind Lucas, so if Lucas has made a pit stop, then you would imagine that French has made a pit stop as well. And, well, getting a speeding in pit lane, very easy to do on the entry to pit lane.
Is it 50 here? 50 kilometers
That's a good point, Filippo. Game hands out stop-go 30 seconds for speeding in pit lane. So, unless the directors have overruled that.
Well, he did. Is he still in the pits?
Oh, he's out now.
Yeah.
So he's dropped down to 13th. There he is right there, just putting a lap down on the Darwin Porsche.
It looked like he stopped it all because he had a little bit of damage, didn't he? It looked like it's gone. I can't tell from here.
Well, let me bring it up for you. Still got a few scuff marks on the front of the car, but
yeah, okay. Looks like he probably did serve that penalty then. He may have run through Skyline one too many times as well.
No, just got confirmation in chat. Drive through for collision, which is probably why Keane is in 8th now, and Monton just says yes.
Yep. All right.
So there's the first penalty of the race. So we'll have to have a look at the Lucas Mercedes. See if he's got some damage on the back of this car. I got some damage down the side, but that could have been done on the wall.
The car's wearing a little bit of damage already. A few scuffs here and there.
Jumping on board with Lucas as he sneaks up the inside of Nichols. And Nichols is hanging it out there. He has to surrender the position. Lucas just put his car in the right place, and Nichols just didn't have a choice. He had to pull out of it. Unfortunately, our top 5 is sort of spread out a bit. So that's a bit of a shame, but we've got some good battles up and down the leaderboard. Particularly this battle here between Nichols and Lucas as they're coming up onto GT4 lap traffic. So here we go. We ride on board with Nichols for the ride down the hill, and this is where patience has to come out on top. And Cordier gets out of the way. Sensible driver from Cordier. He's got 29 seconds on his nearest GT4 competitor. So he
might as well give him the space as soon as it's there to give.
That's it. Stay out of trouble. And sneaking up behind these guys is actually Yono Ball in the third of the Bentleys, I should say. I was about to say first of the Bentleys, but I almost forgot about O'Hara and Phillips.
Interesting that Matt's managed to keep most of that gap that he got from the traffic to Rico. Rico's there.
Actually, I think
2.6, I think, at the end of that traffic, and that was, what, at least a few laps ago now. So Rico's pulled, what, a 0.6 of a second in that time, so he's definitely faster than him, but not enough to get by. They're going to have to make a strategy call, I think, if they want to get past earlier.
I have to say, Yono Ball, he's done well. I think he started outside of the top 10 well, at the start of the race, but now he's up to 9th position. We saw him in a bit of a battle with Susanna, French and Davies a little bit earlier. And he's just... Well, that car is probably the cleanest looking car on track next to...
That car looks clean.
Doing the opening stint job of not bidding the car and hopefully handing over a pretty straight car to his co-driver. These guys are getting really tight across the top of the mountain, which is quite surprising. I would have thought the Mercedes would have been a little bit better across the top than the Lamborghini.
Yeah, usually as I was saying before, the front engine cars are, but exceptions to every rule, I guess.
Now, are they actually catching Phillips in the Bentley ahead of them? Yeah, Lucas and Nichols, they're both lapping a little bit faster.
3 out of him on that last lap.
Well, these four are starting to get pretty tight, actually. They're all closing up onto the back of Phillips. In fact, actually, Koza's starting to get the gap down to Cotter. That gap's now down to 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, just as I pointed out that he wasn't making a massive impact, he's grabbed half a second in a lap.
Cotter's coming through some lap traffic as well. That's probably not working out for him. They're coming onto the back of the McLaren. I want to say, yeah, we'll find out this way. It's Aaron Thomas.
Gets out of the way.
Yeah. Thomas has had a bit of a struggle this opening hour. We saw him in the pits early, and repairing severe damage can take up to a minute if you take tyres and fuel as well. So certainly not the best start to Thomas's race.
It's a long time to be stationary.
It's painful. It's absolutely painful.
Tyres and fuel alone are 30 at least, so...
Yep.
So that Aston's looking pretty clean as well. Both these cars are.
Well, these guys are at the front for a reason. There it is. That's the camera I wanted.
Winning torpedo, I'm gonna say.
Spinning torpedo.
Spinning torpedo. Ah.
The name of the team as well.
Yep.
Of course. Matt Cotter's teammate is Alex Spinozzi. I feel like I'm going to regret this, but why do they call Matt Cotter the torpedo?
Look, all I'm going to say he's owned some actions in the past in a very admirable and hilarious way for the rest of us.
So is it Matt Kiviat?
Yeah, that's accurate.
I love it when people have a sense of humour about their own mistakes. I mean, they learn from it and then they own it. Oh, jeez. Speaking of a torpedo, that almost looked like a torpedo from Coase, but it's worked.
Yeah.
He's right on the back, right in the slipstream. And the Audi's not short on straight line speed either. Well, we see a bit of a send into the chase. Thinking about it. Cotter slams the door. Coase has to get out of it.
Yeah, so he had a look, but having a look's cost him there because he wasn't able to carry the speed through the corner.
Jeez, he's getting on the brakes so late.
Always. That said, I do enjoy showing someone even if I know I'm not going to get by, it's fun to show someone your bonnet going into a corner. Great lounge style.
Well, it's sometimes worth it just to send it up the inside. Yeah, you run wide and you lose the position again, but sometimes it's worth it just to have that psychological edge on the driver in front. Because then it's in the back of their mind. This guy's going to have a go at me. And then they try carrying their brakes that metre or two earlier. And, well, that's the cardinal sin of racing. You got someone chasing you, just stick to your rhythm.
Make them do something different.
That's it. And right now, Matt Cotter, well, Cotter is very experienced. I've seen him in the V8 supercars. He's very good at leading from the front and just forcing the driver behind to make a mistake. As you can see, he's just hitting his marks.
In a lot of the track. Very different lines through there, those two.
You'd have to imagine that Coase is having to sort of what's the word I'm saying? Looking for compensate for the rotation of the mid-engine car over that rise.
Yeah, so the Audi rotates sooner as well.
Yeah, sometimes it over-rotates, and I think that's what a lot of the real-life drivers had this year at the top of the mountain.
The Assetto Corsa version of this car, which I raced heavily last season, it definitely likes to rotate. We had it set up so you basically turned it with the throttle.
Never liked that. Never liked that myself.
You got used to it. We had Dravomir,
Yes.
Matrinsky doing our sets most of the time. I'd occasionally make a few mods, but yeah, he was giving us setups where you could keep your foot on the throttle a lot, which is obviously fast, even if it's a bit uncomfortable sometimes.
Yeah, just to touch on your season last year on Assetto Corsa, obviously I joined a little bit late in the broadcasting, but you seemed to be going really well. You were up near the pointy end most of the time.
Yeah, I think I was top 5 most of the season, and other than the last race where I didn't compete, yeah, I think I finished in the top 5 most of the time. Got a couple of podiums. Yeah, I was pretty happy.
Oh, here we go again. Where have we seen this before?
Oh, that person that came in there not happy.
I think that might have just been a bump on the button, really. And once again, oh, what was that? We just saw a Porsche just go two-wheeling up on the fence there.
I missed it.
We'll have to look into that. I think I saw Coase trying to go too wide out of the dipper, and then I just saw the Porsche ending up driving against the wall. 8 is, mate, the thing is, in real life racing, the GT4s have got right of way, and I think I've got the wrong Porsche. I do. No, that's the wrong button.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Hang on. I think I might have been on the right Porsche.
I guess that's sarcasm, hopefully, from haters.
I hope so. Oh, I've gone the wrong way. Well, here we go. So... Oh, no, he's done it himself.
Oh.
So, yeah. Have a look at on board what he's actually done. I'd say he's bounced off this curb wrong. Oh, no, he's glanced the wall.
Oh.
So, no wrongdoing there from Rico Coase. Hasn't really slowed Ferguson down. He's right back onto the back of the Marshall Mercedes.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
Oh, this is proving to be quite a good little battle. Marshall, he's had a tough opening to this race. He was on the front row in GT4, and he just hasn't been able to convert that at all.
Yeah, he's been carrying damage since the start, hasn't he? We noted on lap 1 he was carrying damage, so good job to just keep circulating.
He's certainly doing the right thing by his team, if that is the case. And now, shout out to Darwin as well. He's managed to elevate himself up to 3rd in GT4.
Just keeping it clean. It is hard when you're in a slow car, and you feel the pressure of the GT3 or whatever the faster class is behind you going through those sections. There's nothing you can do to help them. All you can do is get through there as cleanly and quickly as you can.
Yep. Well, the main thing is that you don't... I think a lot of people get a little bit mixed up with blue flags, that the driver in front has to get out of your way. No, they don't. They don't. They just have to not impede you.
Yep.
And when you've got multi-class racing, the slower cars have got right of way. It's got to be a balancing act. Oh, Terry Darwin off the track. Oh, he's done it.
Yes.
Good job. But that's going to leave him vulnerable to Marshall and Ferguson. They're going to close right up on him now.
We've got Phillips in the Bentley coming up on them as well. Nichols not far behind him.
No, Nichols is right there. And Aaron Thomas just behind them in the McLaren. Here we go. So Ferguson looking around the outside. It's not... He might get the switchback. No, no. Marshall was aware of it. He parked it on the apex. And this is going to make Aaron Thomas's recovery a bit of a nightmare because these guys don't have to get out of his way. This is actually for position.
Oh, it's for position. Oh, wow. Right.
Yeah, Aaron Thomas. Andrew Thomas. Sorry, Aaron Thomas. Why have I called him Aaron?
There is an Aaron Thomas, so it's not. Isn't there? Pretty sure.
I'm certain I've seen an Aaron Thomas.
Yeah, no, there's definitely an Aaron Thomas. I don't think he's in this race, but he raced in the last GT series. Really using that gearbox there.
Andrew just being very patient at the moment. He's already had a bit of a nightmare start to this race, and he's just been very sensible. Jeez. It's Andrew Ferguson trying to give space to the Bentley. He's ended up putting himself into the fence. Something you've got to keep in mind when you are trying to get out of the way of the GT3 drivers. If you get offline, you're on the marbles, and you're just going to go into the fence. You're just going to ruin your own race, so you're better off sticking to the race line and just getting out of the throttle down the straight, I reckon.
Yep.
That's how I do it anyway.
That'll let them go up the inside on a corner entry.
I imagine these guys are all on Universal channel, like maybe Discord. That's probably the best way to sort of communicate with each other, like, you know, go to the left, go to the right.
I think they've got team channels, so I don't. Yeah, there is a group channel, and some people will hang out in the group channel, but some are in team channels. So you're not sure. You're never sure whether who you're talking to is going to be there or not. You know, if you're in the group channel.
Doesn't appear to be any voice chat going on this on the Discord.
They're using Mumble tonight, I believe.
Yeah, so yeah. So I don't know. I haven't really used Mumble a lot myself.
The main reason they use Mumble is because it's possible for you to talk to people in one channel, like so, i.e. the race director. You can call something out to the race director from your team channel, and not everyone will hear it, but then the race director can talk to everyone.
Ferguson,
If that makes sense.
yes, it does actually make sense. It's a good idea. It has been explained to me. I've just never used it myself.
Yeah.
So, watching here, Ferguson, he's trying to get back onto the back of Marshall, but he's overdriving it at the moment. He just needs to settle down, get into his rhythm. And it's obvious that the Porsche has got a little bit more pace at this stage of the race in comparison to the Mercedes.
Ooh,
there we go.
Marshall.
There you go.
Yep.
So the Mercedes now falls back behind Ferguson's Porsche. So Marshall's race just goes from bad to worse. He'll be absolutely hanging out for that first pit stop to jump out of the car. And, you reckon it's too early for a stiff drink?
For us or for these guys?
Oh no. Now I've already got one. No, for these guys, definitely for Justin Marshall. I mean, this has been a
If you've got
nightmare
another
for
stint to go, then yeah, I'd say it's probably a tad early, but some guys say they perform better with one or two in them.
Send the breathalyzer around. And in fact, I think Justin Marshall's had enough. He's coming into the pit lane. He'll be very frustrated, but oh look, the thing is, he hasn't DNF'd.
No, that's true. And from here, they can do two 70-ish minute stints, and they'll be at the end of the race. So
let's see if we can't get back in touch with this ongoing battle between Coase and Cotter. So Coase has managed to close back. Oh, look at that.
stint long battle. So
Oh.
I think from here we will see a lot of guys. In fact, it does look like there's a lot of guys in the pits. Anyone that's carrying damage that wants to get rid of it as early as possible now is probably, without sacrificing your race in other ways, now's the time to start pitting. Wow.
Here we go. Looking back from Matt Cotter again at the familiar sight of Rico Coase. And, oh, look at that. We got a stop and go penalty, 30 seconds for Van Wingard.
The pits though.
Speeding in pits.
Yeah, see, it's just these two. Rico's definitely got the pace on Matt, no doubt there. It's just hasn't got the legs or the speed in any one part of the track enough where he can get alongside and really, make a case to take that position.
It's got to be frustrating Rico at the moment. But just as we saw in that GT4 battle, you just stay in that range. I think
Looks like these guys are going to say, I saw that
more
blue flag.
GT4s.
Yeah. How good are the flags in this game? I don't
Fantastic.
think there's anything quite like that.
Yeah, fantastic. And Rico would have been going, oh no, not again. He's done well.
I think that traffic actually helped Rico.
And we jump on board now with Rico.
Headlights reflecting off the back of the Cotter Aston Martin.
And Hewitt with a stop-go penalty. So speeding in pit lane. Guys, practice your pit entry.
Oof.
You know what's worse? When you cop a stop-go penalty and you cop another stop-go penalty for speeding in pit lane to serve your stop-go penalty.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen.
Yeah, me too. I think it's happened to me at least once. I think it only happens to anyone once.
No. I've seen a couple of guys do it a couple of times at several rounds. Everyone at home, practice your pit entry. Don't underestimate it.
Yeah, it's a really important part of the racetrack. It can cost you so much if you don't get it right.
And
as
Hemi,
we're
oh no,
seeing.
that's probably the Hewitt entry.
Not to mention, you know, if you have a good look at the pit lane and you run through it a few times, there's often seconds there. Don't know about this one, but you know, there's definitely some pit lanes.
Oh, definitely this one because it's turns, it's twists and turns.
Yeah.
So let's see, a 202 for Coase versus a 202.1 for Cotter. So there's nothing in it between these guys.
That could have just been the traffic
Yep.
at the start of the lap as well.
Yep.
Just doesn't look like that Audi, however he's got it set up, has enough on the straights, even in the toe. Like, he's not really closes up more under brakes than he does on the throttle going up to the braking zone.
I think what you'll find is because the Aston's weak point is coming out of corners and at the start of a race, it's just got too much turbo lag.
Yep.
Everywhere that Coase is strong, there's nowhere to get through.
Yeah.
And that would be so frustrating.
Makes a lot of sense too, that the Audi being so high revving, naturally aspirated, that it has got a lot of pep through the slow stuff or out of the slow corners.
And another stop-go penalty for Ball.
Oh, that's painful.
Practice your pit entries. And practice
He's
where
been having he'd had such a good first stint as well.
So right here, out of the elbow, that's where Coase needs to focus on getting the run, because that is where the Aston is weak.
It seems like that first part of the straight, like after the initial exit of the corner though, Matt actually pulls away.
Yeah, well, as I said, the Aston does have a fair bit of straight line punch, depending on where you got the wing set up as well.
Once you get it spooled up.
Oh yeah.
You haven't actually driven the Aston that much? Just know.
It's not a bad car. It's definitely a stable car. It's up the inside. Rico looked for it. Saw a slight mistake from Cotter as he entered the final corner. He
looked closer than he was, if you know, when he pulled out. I think that camera angle was a bit deceiving.
Here we go. So Coase has got to run.
Yeah,
Is Cotter going to give him the space though? No.
Oh.
Coase is going to do it. He's going to have to do it the long way around. And
Matt's just not giving him the option.
no, wrong way again. So here we go. Now we're back on board with Coase. This is what he's seeing. Seeing the back of an Aston. He'll be absolutely sick of that spinning torpedo on the back of the rear wing.
Make sure he keeps his head here.
So he's being very cautious through this section of the circuit. Although right now, closing up again.
Keep him on the throttle. Little bit of throttle between both segments of that corner. Some guys will just run through there, coast through there, you know. He's grabbing the throttle.
Look at this. That GTR has really helped out Coase here. The problem for Cotter is that the GTR gets out of the corner a hell of a lot better than the Aston.
It's carrying a bit of damage, that GTR though, so it looks like he's making way. He might wait for
Indicators
those-
on.
Look at that. Look at the camera on the front left wheel of that GTR.
Here we go. We're going to see a send. Up the inside. Cotter's... Oh no, he closes that door straight in Coase's face. And here we go again. Another lap with Coase chasing the back of the Aston. He'll be absolutely... That was his best chance, I reckon.
Surely Coase has to think about pitting. They've got to do something to get out from under this Aston if they want to get ahead.
Here we go, more traffic. This could... And it'll be a car on cold tyres too. Look at the run that Coase gets.
Yeah. Oof,
Oh, he
that's
tries to
just
sell him a
always
dummy,
there.
but Cotter is not having any of that.
Yeah, the next corner's a right-hander. There's only there's only really one way to get through it, isn't it? Ooh, was that a
Ooh, that was a
hit
hit.
behind? Yeah.
That was a hit on the wall.
Was that the Cat NSX?
No, I want to say that was the Hemi Bateman NSX. They've just served their stop-go penalty.
That bonnet was vibrating pretty hard as well when we were on board. How can you turn away from this though?
You can't. This is going to be the battle of the race. Forget everyone else.
This is really pushing through there.
Now, it's not like Cotter is slow either. He's definitely...
No,
He's
as I
just-
say,
He's just
he's
making...
Coase only has a tenth or maybe
Yeah.
2/10, 3/10 on Cotter lap speed wise, I reckon.
But right now we are looking at the world's widest Aston Martin.
Oh, they're gonna catch this Porsche in just the wrong spot. Oh,
Again. Good job by the
Yeah.
Porsche there. I want to say that was Ferguson. Because they should have another Porsche just ahead. I would love to see more GT4 cars just to throw a bit more chaos. Actually, no, that's Michael Young. Are these guys catching Michael Young? So 202.9 for Matt Cotter and 203.1 for Michael Young. So these guys are actually catching.
Michael may have caught traffic. He probably passed that the Cayman that these two passed. He probably got stuck behind that Cayman on the mountain. Just looking at where they caught him in comparison.
Oh, we got a good drinking game just popped up in chat. Take a shot every time Rico can't get a move to stick. Go, we got 2 hours. Jeez.
That's what I mean. He's just like,
Oh, look what I've just seen up in the top right-hand corner. On that very left-hand.
Is that some
rain.
waterfall from under? Oh,
That's rain in 10 minutes.
Spicy.
That's the forecast.
I'm not gonna I wasn't gonna say anything about rain earlier in the race because I was like, let's just let it happen.
This is how you spice up a race. You throw in a bit of weather.
Look, Bernie had a lot of crazy ideas over the years, but like randomly wetting the track probably wasn't one of them.
It was a bad idea.
Yeah, but he wasn't wrong. It would have made the racing spicy.
Yeah, but I mean, are we talking Mexican spicy or curry spicy?
Like old El Paso taco kit spicy.
Not Chipotle.
No, not that spicy. New F1 spicy.
New F1. Let's not talk about Formula One. That's just a disaster. Rain's coming in 3 minutes, so I've caught that a little bit late.
So when I was talking about pitting earlier, I take back what I said. You want to wait and see what the weather does now.
Yeah, but these guys have only got about 14 minutes left in their stint, and you don't want to run over.
You're right.
And
Not just that, but you've got to assume that that's pushing fuel to the limit as well for some of these cars. Like the Audi in particular is very thirsty.
Yep. Yeah, I did see in the Discord that that from Andy O'Hara that the Bentley and the GTR are the best on fuel.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe the Bentley's one of the best because, yeah, whenever I talk about fuel numbers with anyone else in any other cars, they always seem to be way higher than me.
So
I imagine the Aston would be pretty decent too, being a turbo.
It's a thirsty... the
Oh,
wall.
Did he get the wall then? I don't... Looks like
He glanced it. He glanced it. It's not enough to hurt him. But now they got GT4 traffic again.
Oh,
Here we go. So, which way do you go? Oh. And for once, the GT4 traffic has not hurt Coase. Have they got another one in front of them, though? Yes, they do.
Usually where there's one, there's more. Even though we've only got, what, 5 of them?
So Ruka asking, what does cloud plus at 10 mean? So that means probably rain increasing in 10 minutes time. Here's another problem though, because I've noticed in Competizione that just because it rains, it doesn't mean you dive for the wets straight away. You can cook
No, that's
wets
true.
on a damp
Yes.
track.
It's
So,
actually surprising, like the last race, the sprint race at Brands Hatch, I know a lot of guys went wet and a lot of guys went dry, and both tyre was perfectly they were both perfectly serviceable over the stint. Like the wets got too hot and the dries got too cold, and nobody was comfortable, you know.
it's painful. It's absolutely painful. I think a couple of months ago, I did an endurance race out at Circuit Mark Webber, and we had an absolute fight on our hands because it would rain, then dry up, rain again, dry up again. It was just like that the entire race, and it was painful.
Yep.
Absolutely painful. And some people were coming in, their wet tires were slicks. Because
Yeah.
they just decided, no, we're going to try and hold out this this sunshine. And it was especially painful because, well, Circuit Mark Webber just recently had a
Poole and
upgrade.
Campbell are quite close together. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just about to go searching for them. I just saw that in chat. Oh, there we
Where
go.
is Circuit Mark Webber?
Circuit Mark Webber is right here in Canberra, where I am. It's a
Ah.
kart track. Oh, I see rain.
Oh, right.
I see rain. So here it comes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
So is that Queen Bean area? Is that why
Yep.
they've named it after him? Yeah, okay.
Yep. Well, Mark Webber was... a bit of trivia for you. My dad actually gave him his karting license.
There you go.
Yep. But as I was about to say, the Circuit Mark Webber had a massive upgrade, and one half of the track now dries out really quickly, and the other half stays wet.
Amazing.
Yeah. Not amazing, painful. Especially when you're on a 6-hour endurance race. Painful.
Yeah. Just different asphalt?
Yeah, fresher asphalt on the extension that they made, and well, the old track that's got pretty well worn out tarmac that was last laid in, I think, the early 2000s.
Yeah, right.
Now, this is interesting because now that the rain is coming down, we're going to see the drivers who are really good in the rain and the ones who aren't. I think
I'll tell you what.
Cotter has definitely got more confidence than Coase.
Does seem that way. I will say anyone whose stint is about to start, this is a horrible time to be starting a stint when the track grip is questionable. Doesn't look like it's raining hard enough to affect the surface yet, but it's hard to tell from these cameras.
Well, the track has gone from optimum to fast, and we have a yellow flag out. That is the Bentley of Ryan Torres and David Brister. He's backward, and he is in a very awkward position. Oh, no.
You never want to be there facing the wrong way.
You're
almost better reversing all the way up the track. Yeah, good.
There we go. This is going to be some fantastic, not quite fantastic
no.
reverse driving.
Not far up the track.
Oh, this is so awkward. Oh, he's just been collected. There's nothing you can do. And unfortunately, who is that collected? That's
Marshall,
collected.
I believe.
James Honor in the second. I
think it's the same car. Yeah, Marshall's car. Yeah, they probably just repaired all that damage too.
Yep, that would be very, very frustrating. And look at the damage.
Yeah,
Now, how much damage is on this Bentley? That's a lot. We can just look at the rear bars hanging off the.
Let's get the hazard lights on by the looks of it.
Yep. Has he got a cracked windshield as well? Looks like he does, which is amazing because they're perspex. They shouldn't crack. Yeah, so it's a lot of damage. The front bar is hanging off as well, so not the best. Hang on, I've gone the wrong way. So we're looking for James Horner's Mercedes, and that's heartbreaking. These guys probably just repaired all that, as you said, and well, they're back to square one. But I mean, the good news is, like, with the rain coming down, they'll be able to maybe look at putting on some wet weather tyres.
Yeah, that is one thing changeable weather does. Is that it really it can bring you right back into the race if you've fallen off for whatever reason.
In fact, look at the mad charge into the pits. Like, have the top 6 in the pit lane. Just trying to find a little battle I just saw developing. We got Peter Van Wingard and Hamad Khan in the Lamborghini, and these guys are, if our cameraman, I think we put the intern in on that one. So Khan has been closing the gap, but Van Wingard has decided to rob us of that race.
It must be. They might be coming out of, coming up to empty tanks for all we know. That Lambo's got a bit of damage.
In fact, that Lambo's not really going that fast at all. Have we got a safety car, perhaps?
Ooh. Nice catch.
There we go, Mia Rose.
There you go.
So, no, we were just talking about Mia earlier in the stream, and here she is now. And look at this, the Repsol Honda NSX, that's recovered up to 13th. We saw this car, well, in the wall coming out of the chase on lap 1.
Full-blown tank slapper.
Yep, and well, now they've recovered up to 12th now.
It's funny, normally when you see a Repsol Honda having a tank slapper, it's not a GT3 car.
More or less. Do you reckon they get the elbows out and just try and save it, like Mark does?
He's a freak, isn't he?
Oh, man. He had to come unstuck sooner or later, and he did it at the last round. Well,
honestly, watching him ride a motorbike must be like, it must be on the same level as watching like Sir Donald Bradman bat. You know, like he's just like on a tier above everyone else.
He's definitely made MotoGP more exciting because he at least has a go. And have we? Well, this is our leader. What's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, you might be right when you said safety car before. It does look like he is controlling the pace.
Down. Yep.
Yep.
So we have a safety car.
Well, this will definitely spice things up.
Well, what it will mean is, because Chris Munro has taken over from Andy O'Hara, and they've lost the lead of this race.
Yeah. Did they pit twice? Do you reckon they pitted again for tyres?
I think we might find that maybe they short-fueled the Merc. Oh, that's what I want to bet. Unless O'Hara did the absolute unthinkable, but I mean, maybe proved that he was human and binned it somewhere and they had to repair damage.
If he did, he's gotten away with it, at least from our perspective.
You'll have to upgrade from Windows 7. So we've got a few drivers in the pit lane taking advantage of all of this. We have Cooley and Mia Rose.
That car's into the pits for a second time in a very short period because she's just taken that car over.
And we have Bull in the chat. Don't know what O'Hara did, but we jumped him in the pits. Yeah, mate, we noticed that. And, oh, look at that. Stop-go penalty. I'm pretty sure that Honor just came out of doing a stop-go penalty.
Oh. Sinclair's got one as well in the 76 McLaren.
And he's got a lot of damage on that car as well. So I'm surprised he's not coming into the pits now. Unless, Flubber, do they close the pit lane under safety car?
Genuinely surprised how many mistakes we're seeing going into the pits. Like, yes, it's wet, but it's not that hard a pit lane. And most people have driven into the Bathurst pit lane at least once, even if it's not in this game. You know what I mean?
got a little bit of warpage going on here.
Ooh.
These guys are not having a good time. Ryan Torres and Dave Bristow in the Bentley. Well, we're back at the front. Got a small train backing up behind these guys. Love to know what tyres these guys are on. But I know better than to ask Bull what tyres they've got on. Then he's not going to put that in chat. No way. I can dream, but it's not going to happen. Because he knows that Andy's watching the stream as well.
It's the track. So the track's greasy now. If you are out there on dry tires, they're going to be freezing cold right now. But if you're out there on wets, you're going to be really worried about what happens when this race starts, because that track is nowhere near wet enough for wets.
We're still waiting for the rest of the field to really catch up with the with the pack. They're just starting
even when the cars are kicking up a little bit of spray, you still want to be on dries, as far as I've seen.
Oh, we got a restart happening. Cool. So here we go. And we got more rain coming in 3 up to 10 minutes from now. Boy, I hope some of these guys went and put on some wet weather tyres. And look at that, Timothy Cook, he gets on with it nice and early. He's going to leave Chris Munro in the clutches of Stefano Rakuti. But oh, look at that, Bryant is that far. He's he's managed to get him.
I think Chris Munro ran wide then.
In fact,
Definitely, yeah.
Bryant, he's looking really racy at the moment in the 33 Audi.
That's the car that Rico Kozu was driving before. So they've definitely made a big improvement through the pit stop.
And Adam Sinclair is in the pits. Hopefully
so
doesn't get
stop
into
go,
the
I'd
stop
say.
Yeah. Brian's looking very racy, but Rashuti up the inside again, and he's going to be vulnerable to Lucas. So the safety cars really spice things up again. We've got Spinozzi in the Aston following all these guys. Oh, I saw Lucas. He was sideways going into the cutting. Oh, this is amazing.
Ooh. Yeah, these are treacherous conditions to be restarting a race in. Like, it's must be keen there.
Keen, he's now vulnerable to Spinozzi, but it's all single file from here on until Conrod Straight.
I wonder how Keen's going. So everyone else has been able to hand their car over to their co-driver here and take a break, but Keen's really just getting started on this race.
Depends on how high he's got his force feedback.
Well, he's slowly but surely moving up.
But the good thing is, if you're the only driver in the team, you can set the car around yourself rather than trying to set it up around yourself and your teammates.
No concerns about your co-driver binning it as soon as you give it to them either.
Yeah, but then you have to wear it. You can't blame someone else if you bin it.
That's true.
There's pluses and minuses. I think that was the biggest challenge that I had in the Spa 6 hour, because my brother and I have got very different driving styles. Oh, Brian on the limit of braking, and he's maybe upset the concentration
took that corner
a little bit.
to the limit. Yeah.
Oh, look at this. This is going to leave himself vulnerable to Rashuti. Rashuti up the inside at turn number 1. Oh, is that far? Just slams the door shut. Lucas runs wide. Will Spinozzi be able to... Look who's enjoying the action. He's got a great seat. He's sitting there going, oh, this is great.
Is he back on the lead lap as well?
No, he's not. He's 13th.
No, okay.
These guys are battling for second.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
Spinozzi.
Can you over under him? No.
You're pretty well single file from here on out, unless Lucas manages to bin it. Look at that. Oh, gets him.
Nice.
So, just as I mentioned it, Keen does bin it for us. And I don't envy him. These are unpredictable conditions. You're still learning where the grip is. I'm not sure that many of these guys would have done much rain practice.
No. But yeah, I agree. It didn't. I don't think there was anything leading up to this where the weather was wet. So
Oh, look at that. Izdad Far and
Oh.
Rashidi, they were both in the fence there. So Rashidi has managed to get past Izdad Far. I wonder if there's any damage.
Yeah, thinking that.
There's some scuff marks on the side of that.
Clean, boys. Don't get tilted. Still got a long way to go.
We'll have to go to a replay as soon as this all settles down. All this is just helping Tim Cook and Munro just clear away a bit.
And now it's the Spinozzi Aston Martin up behind the 33 Audi. I think that Audi. Philip was to think there might be a bit of damage on the Audi. She's been pretty good with the facts so far, so I'm gonna take her word for it.
Oh, let's have an investigation. So there's a few scuff marks, but oh, there's a lot of scuff marks down the side.
Yeah, that looks like it.
Maybe a little bit of rear end damage, perhaps. So here we go now. Izdad is going to have a run up the hill. Rashidi, it's too late for him to defend now. We'll just have to hope, yeah, Izdad just decides to back out of it. Still got a long way to go, really. Just got to stay out of the fence here.
Keen and Spinozzi still very close together.
We're going to jump on board with Lucas now. Had a little bit of a slide mid-corner.
The track's definitely getting wetter.
It's Keen. I don't know if Keen's actually got a wiper mapped to his steering wheel. This could be quite an interesting race for him if he doesn't turn on the wiper, or if he can't. Ooh, snapped on the brakes there, and now they got GT4 traffic up ahead. Oh, Lachlan, that was really, really awkward, but he's done a good job.
Very, very generous there.
Yeah. Hasn't worked out real well for Lucas. He's lost touch with these guys a little bit, but mark my words.
Sorry.
No, go on.
Munro looks like he's definitely gapped these guys. Probably because they're all fighting with each other as much as anything else.
Yeah, I was just about to say, these guys battling with each other. That's going to bring Lucas back into it, so it's not over yet for Kane.
So I think I'm not sure the Rishuti Honda, is it Rishuti? Right, Stefano Rishuti.
Yeah.
Did that car get into the wall back with the Audi as well? They both look like they might have gotten into the wall at the top of the mountain.
I want to go to a replay, but I'm too scared to look away from this. We'll miss something. I just know something massive is going to happen. Then I'll have to go to another replay and then I'll miss something else. Oh, Lucas off the track again. I've gone the wrong way. So...
Yeah, he's definitely starting to struggle with the lack of grip on the racing surface, I think.
I reckon he's maybe stuck with slick tyres.
You could be right.
So you see the Nissan into the pits now, so he'll be, I'm sure, going for different set of
A bit
tyres.
of damage
perhaps.
on that NSX, doesn't it, on the front? Right, I think.
I think it's all settled down enough. We can actually start looking at a replay. Try and work out what happened. Now we've got to wait for a little while for the replay to come up. All right, let's see if we can't find. We'll have to do things a little bit sneaky. Here we go. Okay, there we go. So I'll have to try and find where these guys ended up in the fence. So here we go. So we got Izdad ahead, and I think they've just cooked it.
Oh. Oh, yeah, no. Okay, looks like Rashidi got away with it.
So
I don't think he got in there at all. He's got damage. It's not from that. That Audi though, that was big contact. I'm actually surprised at the pace he's been able to set since that, because he's hanging onto the back of that NSX.
Oh, 1, 2, 3 hits on the wall, and yeah, Rashidi did really well to stay out of the Honda. Oh, the Audi, sorry.
Actually, he's got the Audis. Did the Audi get in front of the NSX?
You see, that's what happened. He grabbed the
Oh,
curb.
right. Sorry, we're still watching the replay.
Yeah, still watching the replay.
was like,
Let's get out of the replay.
I thought we'd gone back to live racing. I was like, oh, they've swapped positions again.
Well, it's all settled down a little bit between our, well, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and 6th, I suppose. Like, Keane's gone backwards a little bit, but I do see Ren Campbell. He's right on the back of Eaton, ahead of.
Are you tilted at all? That's a good question. That's a good question.
That's.
I like to think everyone's a little bit tilted in their own special way. Especially you, Philippa.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, jeez. Anyway, back onto the racing. We have Ren Campbell. He's catching onto the back of Johnny Eaton. Campbell is trying to recover after those guys got a bit of a drive through after, well, we're being told contact between this team and Keane Lucas. But then these guys are also catching up to pull ahead. So
Recovery so far.
yeah, good recovery from Campbell. He's definitely the man on the move at the moment. And it looks like he just has a little bit more pace than both the guys ahead of him. In these conditions around this track, you just have to be patient, unfortunately.
I like to say it's not the mistake, it's how you recover from it that matters. And these guys have got another hour and a half to continue to recover. So they're already in the top 10.
Yep, and
top
they're
9
up
now.
to 9th now because, well, he showed the nose to Eden. I thought that was a little bit game, but well, it's worked. It just put Eden off a little bit as we see the 49 Honda of Dave Ross. Oh, wow.
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen a headlight out in this game.
I've seen them flicker, but that is a lot of... Look at how much turn he has to use to actually get the car to turn. So he has binned that thing nice and proper. Oh, he'll be so frustrated. And we see the Nissan of Green.
Very
Patience. We're going to have to go to a replay for that.
That NSX looks like it's dragging a wheel.
He has binned it something proper at the top of the mountain. We saw him going straight on through the S's.
That freeze frame there, that I hope...
Yeah, I hope nothing bad has happened. Yeah, I don't really want to see that happen. Yep, here we go. So we found him already. That's good. Oh, he's been into the wall once already. So just out of the pits, I would say... Looks like he's still got a fair bit of damage. He's got a lot of damage. Interesting. So he's binned it into turn 2. Yep, so there's the first bin. And then... So he's already got damage. Where has he done the damage?
Dragging it around it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Did they not? Maybe they didn't repair it. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he only fixed the bodywork in the pits and had suspension damage.
Yeah, it's still got damage. Here we go. So the car's not damaged here. Oh, there you go. There's some clue.
Did the Lambo end up? Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he's binned it at turn 1. Or he's lost a position. And I don't want to say that there's any malice between these guys. I reckon it's just he's missed his braking marker. He's trying to get out of the way of the 68 and the... Oh yeah, he's missed his braking marker big time.
You'd just feel terrible, wouldn't you, if you'd done that? Like,
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage on the back of the Lambo as well. And
that's flowers. You got to send flowers.
oh,
You got to send that guy some flowers.
oh, and then again,
Oh,
God, these guys are just—they're inseparable. Oh,
oh.
oh no, I wouldn't think that that is malicious either. I'd say that that's just not being able to see out the back of the car.
I think we've just witnessed awkwardness.
Yep.
Awkwardness at its best.
That's all we can say, really. That is, and well, basically the Honda has just got no turn whatsoever. So I'd say that'd be they are the first victims of the mountain. As we're just going to try and find. Oh, come on. It's not a. So Campbell has got past Poole in the middle of all that. So we've missed out on a bit of live action, but oh, it's okay.
The water level on the track seems to have stayed quite low.
It's about to get heavier though. Look at the weather forecast up in the corner there.
3 minutes.
3 minutes and then 10 minutes is just going to get worse. So, oh, just like the real thing, Bathurst is just turning on some great weather for us. In fact, I think just to put salt into the wounds, the number 49 Honda has got a 30-second stop-go penalty, which I imagine was for speeding into pit lane.
Oh.
So Lachlan Cooley, oh, we just saw that. And hasn't helped out Eaton at all. Johnny Eaton.
What happened there?
I would say that he's having the old Porsche tank slap. If you think that the snap oversteer in the Audi is bad, wait till you have a go at the Porsche.
I thought the Cayman was mid-engine.
No, I think they're still rear-engined, like most Porsches. It wouldn't surprise me.
Even if it is mid-engine, they probably. Oh no!
He's got some serious damage on that Porsche.
Yeah, that's going to be a stop, unfortunately for them, and unfortunately they're going to have to pit again from here.
Real unfortunate, but here we go again. The spinning torpedo and Belgian Audi Club of Brian Izadfar and Rico Coase, they're just inseparable at the moment.
Yeah.
Was that lightning? I thought I just saw lightning.
I didn't see it on my end.
Oh. Might be imagining things.
Bring it on if it is though. I'm keen.
Yeah.
Not
yeah,
as keen
especially
as
when
Lucas, but pretty keen still.
Yeah, well, especially when you're sitting in this commentary box instead of behind the wheel.
Yeah.
It's so much easier like this. So why don't I do this more often?
I mean, this is the easiest sim race I've ever done.
Yeah. Wait till Munro catches up to Tim Cook. Then we'll have to really call things quickly.
Yeah, that's a good point. Or people start messaging me 2 days from now because they're watching the stream and they don't like something I said.
Yeah. I haven't had that yet. Touch
I'm
wood,
more
though.
thinking about myself because I usually watch these streams 2 or 3 days later. Like, and to be fair, that's never happened to me. But I'm just like thinking about myself.
You're doing a good job. Doing a very good job. Keen Lucas has really fallen off the back of these two guys as well. He's 10 seconds adrift. So Lucas is not enjoying these wet weather conditions. In fact, even Izadfar and Spinozzi, they're still very different.
It does look like the Audi all of a sudden is pulling away.
The rain has just gotten heavier as well.
You just never know how your setup's going to react in these conditions either. Like you make it set up for a dry track and then you get this kind of greasy middle track. It's really hard to know what you're going to have.
Can't see any battles brewing, although actually Shooty, he's catching Chris Munro. Oh, on the limit of braking too on the Honda. And that track just looks nasty.
Yeah, definitely looks like it might be getting wetter now. See the headlights reflecting off it.
And we have a drive-through penalty for Cooley in the 179 GT4 Porsche. So that's unfortunate. It's his teammate, Ferguson.
I wonder, I think it was 1 o'clock race time when this race started. Every possibility this race is going to finish in the dark.
Yeah, I think they've set the server to 3 times normal speed. So we should be around the 7 o'clock mark, I reckon. Maybe later. This battle is starting to get a little bit tighter. We jump on board with Rashuti. As he is trying to close the gap between himself and Chris Munro. Oh, Munro in the fence, was it?
Not sure.
Thought I saw Munro in the fence up ahead. As they make their way around Courtier's Mercedes. That's just a very awkward point to catch this GT4.
Just really, he's let it go.
But Munro runs wide at the elbow. Unless he was taking the good old go-kart line.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that works in the wet in this game.
It does.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
one corner where there's a bit of banking there. You can kind of run around the outside even in the dry.
Yeah. I experimented at Spa in the rain and yeah, found that some corners the go-kart line is the better line.
To probably be another one.
Not really.
No.
As we see Cooley pull off the track, stage left.
Service stop go, or his drive through, I should say.
Yeah, just a drive through.
It looks like Strintos copped stop and go as well, somewhere along the way.
Yeah, I'd say that'd be
We're at the halfway mark, still a long way to go.
speeding
Halfway.
in pit lane. Hey, you're halfway through. It's good. Well, is that far? He's sort of going with these two as well. Tim Cook is gone. 16 seconds up the road.
He's been pulling like half to 3/4 of a second a lap consistently.
I thought I just saw damage on the front of that Bentley.
I think he's kept it clean.
Yeah, it looks pretty clean.
Ooh,
Brush
that
on
was
the wall.
definitely
Brush on the wall. That's all. It's just testing the limits.
Yeah, I get the feeling any piece of track that's not inside the white line is really treacherous at the moment.
Is that the Lambo on the fence? Or is he just getting out of the way?
I think he might have been in the fence actually. Hard to say. Bentley really is a beast.
It's definitely one of the meanest sounding cars on the grid, next to the
Sound-
AMG.
Sounds like it's burning rocks, not petrol.
It's just how tough it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just fill the tank up with rocks.
Oh, shit, it's definitely closed up.
Yeah.
Seems to be able to get the traction down a lot better than what the Bentley is at the moment.
Really got to keep your mid-corner speed up in the Bentley. It really, I think it's, I don't think it's the engine, I think it's the gearing, but it really struggles in the low gearing. So if all of a sudden you've got to keep your corner speed down, which you do in these sort of conditions, I think it hurts the Bentley a lot.
Get over the top of the mountain, surprisingly.
Yeah, it looks like you just...
The big, thick gentleman is just pulling away.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
See what it's like going down the mountain.
Rashidi definitely looks like he has more confidence.
Yeah, so the Bentley's good going up, and the Honda's good coming down.
And we have another drive-through, Mackenzie in the 111 Aston. So the penalties are being handed out.
What's happened there?
I think the stewards are starting to get riders cramp from riding out all the pink slips. Keep an eye on that Audi in the background, the blue and orange Audi. He's actually catching these guys.
Yeah, that Audi has just been... It's just been in the whole race. Everywhere we've looked, it's almost always been nearby. I will say one thing about the stewards, how lucky these guys are and how amazing in a series it is to have someone who's willing to be the race steward.
Yep. Absolutely.
Makes a huge difference.
And it's often a thankless job.
Yeah. So shout out to the stewards.
Yeah. I think Spinozzi is actually coming back on Izadfar as well. I would like to switch back, but I thought we were just about to have a bit of a move there from Rashidi on Munro.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't look like Spinozzi's coming back.
He's just been caught up a little bit by the Lambo, who's Hamad's proving to be Spinozzi's bane of existence at the moment. But well, Hamad, as I touched on earlier, he's got no obligation to just jump off the track.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's dragging his feet at all either. So
yeah, well, if you got the pace, I think you're more than welcome to stay in front.
hopefully lets it go down near the Chase or somewhere down Conrad.
And he does exactly
There you
that. Good man.
Perfect.
And you'll have a bit of a slipstream going down the straight as well.
And I know how horrible it feels when you're in Spinozzi's feet there, and you know that it's costing you time, but in the grand scheme of things, that what just happened was that's how it should happen.
More or less. So as we rejoin Rashidi and Munro as they continue. And they got one driver trying to unlap himself by the looks of things, just ahead. That's the Bentley of who that is actually.
What's the Phillips is the other driver. I'm not sure who. Kevin Wright. Then Kelvin. Sorry, Kelvin Wright.
Kelvin Wright, yeah. So I don't know what's happening. Here we go, side by side. Rashuti trying to go the long way around. Doesn't quite work.
There's just not as much grip out there as they thought there was going to be.
Just hear the traction control kicking in and out on the Bentley.
So the track has changed from damp at some point in the last couple of minutes as well. Or changed to damp, I should say.
So
I wonder if...
Shooty's looking pretty racy across here. Expect that stamp has well and truly been licked and placed on the envelope.
Just needs half an excuse to send it.
I think maybe a quarter of an excuse will do for Rashuti at this stage. Probably royally sick of the back of this Bentley right now. And in the background there, you can see that Spinozzi is starting to close back up on Izzat Farr. Here we go, Rashuti pulling out of the slipstream. He's probably done a little bit early. Can the Honda sneak it up? Not quite. So, though, strong run for Rashuti. He's going to force Munro to the inside. They're side by side into the final corner.
He can do it on the outside there.
But I think Rashuti was looking for a switchback. Rashuti was looking for a switchback, and Munro's just done a very smart thing. He's parked it on the apex. But in fact, Rashuti's actually made it happen. I think the Honda might have a little bit of an acceleration advantage, although they're going to be side by side again going up Mountain Straight. And they are side by side before the crest, but...
Get the feeling the Honda's in the box seat.
Is there more grip around the outside though? No, there isn't. So Rashuti finally gets his man and moves into second place with Chris Munro. He's going to fall
Beautiful
into
though.
Yeah, brilliant
Just
battle
great
between
patience.
these guys.
Just waited. You know, you could tell he was eyeing off, looking for Munro's weaknesses, waiting for an opportunity to capitalize on one of them. And oh my God, here we go.
Yeah, it's on again. How unusual to see these two cars going at it. It's only been happening all race. That Lambo.
Yeah, it's just a bit too close for comfort, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Especially for a car that's not really racing, but I guess if you've got the pace, you're allowed to be there.
It's so hard for when you've got pace and you're a lap down, because you don't want to be that guy that takes someone out on the lead lap.
Especially considering looks like that's what happened to them. Someone on lap down took them out. So yeah, you definitely don't want to be. Oh!
What has happened?
That's
Whoa!
a polystyrene board's exploded somewhere along the way.
Adam Sinclair in the McLaren.
Oh.
I want to say hardware failure.
That's about as trashed as I've ever seen a car in this game.
What is going on here? I reckon he's had a steering wheel failure.
It does look like it's just jammed over to the right, but like, if that's the case, he might. Oh, he's got no. Has he got? Oh no, he's got wheels.
So Sinclair, race from hell, keeps going. He might be better off just stopping the car and returning to the garage if he can't get that thing turned. He's definitely got problems.
Yeah.
Looks like he's finally got that car under control, and I reckon he will go straight back to the garage. Yep, there we go. Smart move from Sinclair. So here we go. Back to where the action is. So the Audi is pretty strong across the top in comparison to the Aston. But then again, we just see that the balance swaps as they come down the hill.
Yeah. And it almost seems like the Lambo has the same strength as the Audi, which actually makes a lot of sense when you think about the DNA of those two cars.
They're essentially exactly the same.
Oh, I know how I've been in this position Spinozzi's in, where you've got a guy who you put a lap on, and he's just that little bit quicker than you at that moment in time, and it's so awkward because there's nothing you can do for them. Especially not when you're racing for position as closely as Spinozzi is at the moment. In fact, I've been in both those positions, and it is awkward.
Looks like Spinozzi's going to get a bit of a break from Khan. And the headlights are well and truly ablaze on the Aston.
If you're in Khan's position here, you're almost waiting for that, for 6 minutes, 45 seconds from now when you can make your last stop so that you can get out from underneath that car who's costing you all that time. In fact, I think we'll see, it would be very interesting to see what happens in 6 minutes, 30 seconds when the pit window is essentially open for the final stint to start.
Yeah, that's it. It'll be interesting to see when the quick drivers actually get back into the cars. Well, I say quick drivers. Tim Cook has done a fantastic job for 313 Mercedes, and well, Munro's, I think he's jumped into the car at probably the worst point of the race.
A great job when you consider he got into the car as the track was greasy, inherited the lead, and hasn't looked back really. He's shown the field a clean pair of heels.
Oh, look at this cluster. Right now in chat, Rico will be absolutely losing his head right now. Oh, God, I clenched there. Oh. So Hamad Khan looks like he just lost control, and that's taken out Lachlan Cooley. So it's a bit unfortunate as we see Chris Munro putting a lap down on the Mia Rose 555. I actually want to see where Mia Rose is in comparison to Justin Courtier at the moment. Like, has the gap actually closed? In fact, let's bring up the leaderboard. So I don't know how to make heads or tails of that. Looks like the 555. Oh, sorry, I'm just going to have to cut away from that. So Izzad Farr is gone for an ambitious move in the wet, and that's turned around the Chris Munro Bentley.
That's the Andrew O'Hara entry there.
Yeah.
There's
So,
got a lot of work to do from here.
yeah. Unfortunate. Let's see if we can't rejoin. Oh. So Lachlan Cooley, another adventure off the track there.
Ooh. Is that Bentley involved, or?
Oh, it is now. Lachlan Cooley's just rejoined the track, and probably Chris Munro will be not impressed. And I think he's stuck. I think he's stuck on the wet grass.
Wet grass. Oh, you are kidding. That's heartbreaking.
Oh, looks like he's finally got some traction. He might not actually lose that much time, although he'll have to be aware of traffic coming back onto the circuit.
That's a lot of time, but not many positions.
Looks like he's got a bit of damage as well, so...
that rejoin, that was not a great rejoin.
No. So, I think for Lachlan, he might have a little bit of explaining to do.
Yeah, it just looked like he didn't look at all, unfortunately.
I think
Alright, we're all
I-
learning. Hopefully he learns from this.
yeah, that's it. Penalties aren't to punish; they're to help you learn.
These
So,
two back to the way they were before.
more or less. Do want to see exactly what happened because I didn't actually get a good look at that incident. So unfortunately, we'll have a bit of a break here while we swap to the replay.
It gets longer as the race goes on, hey?
Seems to. Let's see if we can't find the right car. We've got some cars without wheels. That's good. So that's perfect. So here we go. So oh,
He gets
jeez.
so close to him. They're quite a way apart at this point in time.
I'd say that there was a bit of a moment somewhere. Cortier's actually,
Okay.
Munro's really slowed down.
Was Munro real slow? It's very, very awkward.
We'll go to helicopter because then we can actually get a bit of a look up high as to what's happened here.
So he's put the lap on the GT4 car. Like a bit of a wobble into the chase.
You have a problem.
Puncture maybe? And then all of a sudden that GT4 car is on him.
And, oh, well, I think... Yeah,
I don't really know what to make of that.
I'm not going to even comment on that.
Yeah, that... Just the fact the GT4 car was there and caught back up with Bentley, that's the most interesting thing for me. Something clearly happened with that Bentley as it was exiting, what is the chicane at the end of the Conroe called?
The chase.
Yeah, the chase. For some reason I thought the chase was just the fast bit at the start. Anyway, yeah. Something happened between the chase and Murray's for that Bentley. Have they pitted? Where's Chris now, I wonder?
Chris is still in 5th. Still recovering.
You don't want to pit for another 20 seconds, obviously, because...
Well, that could be why he has kept going. Like, he had the problem, and...
It would look like he was going to pit maybe for a second, didn't it?
Yeah, and then he just kept going. He'll be able to pit this lap, I reckon.
You know what? You might have nailed it there. If he was slowing down to enter the pits, that might explain why those two cars caught up with him so much.
It's still very early to make a pit stop.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of radio miscommunication between himself and O'Hara.
Yeah.
Oh! God, I'm glad we were following Newman then, because, geez, we wouldn't have seen that. Keane has been struggling ever since this rain started coming down. He's just dropped right off the top 5.
Now's about when it dawns on you that you're doing a 3-hour race. You know, when you hit the 2-hour mark, or you come up to the 2-hour mark and you realise that you've got another hour to go.
Yes.
Oh,
Those of you who don't know much about sim racing, some of these guys are using some pretty hardcore equipment. And they do give your arms a big workout, so...
Not to mention if and a lot of these guys are using VR, that's a long time to be in VR.
God, I don't even want to imagine VR sim racing.
I only race in VR these days.
Wow.
It actually,
look at
I quit for a couple of years and then I tried VR and it brought me back into the hobby. Yeah, he is. I think he's looking for wet track.
He's on wet tyres then.
Yeah, I think he's looking for wet track because he's been moving off the line quite a lot.
Just the confidence he had going up the inside of Newman into Murray's, that's quite amazing. He just got the confidence.
Yeah, moving off the line.
It's very easy to cook the tyres in Competizione.
How good is that though? The fact that it's simulating to the point where you need to move off the line to keep your wet tyres alive, which is, you know, something we obviously see in the real world of racing quite often.
Well, even just trying to pick when you put on those wet weather tyres.
It's a real art form. And there's so many variables, you know, this sort of wet weather with a few less cars on the track might be definitely wet, but because we've got so many cars on the track, there's a, you know, a definite dry line out there.
Keen is certainly setting the track alight. We have a look at his previous best lap time, or well, previous time at 2:12.2. Now let's fast forward ahead at 2:12. Oh, you made it through.
Got it in? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He's probably
2:12.6.
karting line.
Where's Chris Munro? Chris Munro, 2:18. 2:19 now, so he must have damage on that car.
It may, well, there was we obviously saw the contact, but it may even just be that they've cooked their wets. Maybe he's cooked his wets. Or he's on dries and he just cannot get any grip out of them.
So, just looking through some of this, well, Hamad Khan's actually come into the pits. Oh no he hasn't. He's... Sorry, I got him mixed up with Izzat Farr. So, actually, Ricciuti has fallen behind Spinozzi and Izzat Farr, so we've missed that. I don't know
Really
what's happened
interesting
here.
Watching the pace ebb and flow between these guys, especially these guys in the top 10. Like, they've almost all, you know, every single combination of guys that are battling, there's been times where one guy's faster and then the other guy's faster, and it seems to, you know, to and fro between them as the track conditions change.
It's a little bit wide. In fact, Spinozzi is catching.
2:13.
Actually, there we go. So Spinozzi is now leading this race. So spitting torpedo. We're in the box seat.
I'm pretty sure that these guys that the track's coming to the guys that are on wets at the moment, and that's what we're seeing.
100%. So Tim Cook is in the pit lane. We'll see the bull out there, I'm sure.
Yeah, if you're out there on wets right now,
oh no! Drive-through penalty for Alex Spinozzi.
Must have been contact somewhere.
Must have been. I just saw that pop up then. Oh.
Just as he takes the lead as well.
He's got 3 laps to take it. Oh, what a disaster.
There goes my roughie.
Yeah. Well, it's not over yet.
I was feeling good too. I was feeling good. Yeah. Good point.
It's not over yet. Never over until the fat lady sings.
He caused a collision.
Causing a collision, yep. As you said. I wonder if that may have had something to do with Ricciuti.
Yeah, that's possible.
Well, Izzat Farr's now starting to fight back in this middle sector. Again, we see these 2 cars nose and tail, but I imagine that Rico will be on the radio to Izzat Farr. Don't battle with this guy, he's got to drive through.
Yeah, he's going to have to pit any time now. So will they most likely. I think you'll find they're going to have to circle drive through and then pit to get Matt into the car.
Yes, indeed.
I can't remember the exact time they pitted, but they must be coming up on this, didn't they?
I expect to see Spinozzi into the pit lane. No, he's going to go around again. Now, you can't do a pit stop and do the drive-through at the same time. So, yeah.
It's hard to pit when you've obviously got pace, which they seem to have right now. So 2:12.
You'd be better off just coming in now, getting it out of the way, and then just utilising the rest of the pace.
Especially when you've got traffic in front of you, like they do, and that car coming at them from behind, all of a sudden.
Izzat Farr is looking very racy at the moment. Last thing you want is a drive-through and contact out there that spins you out. Now, I just want to bring us back a bit, if I can find them. I just found Tim Cook. He's carrying some damage, but here we go. We have a Honda around at the top of the mountain. But I was going to point out that Lucas is really climbing all over the back of Campbell, or at least he was. We just saw a Honda facing the wrong way.
Might have lost some time to Mia's GT4 there.
As we said, the GT4s have got just as much straight line pace as the GT3s, just in the corners where the GT3s pull away.
I wouldn't be surprised if Campbell didn't have to follow that GT4 across the top, but because it looks like Lucas is still coming at him. Oh, they both no.
No,
Oh, yeah.
Lucas is.
You don't. If he doesn't, you do.
So Keen Lucas, he's back up into the top 5, looking for water.
Yeah.
I'd say that's what he was doing. He wasn't ever going to come in. He's going
yeah, you
long.
might be right. Actually, you might be right.
Oh, jeez, that McLaren. And Spinoza.
A lot of guys move off the line, and really they should just stay on the line and slow down a little bit.
Yep.
If they want to let you go.
Yep, just move offline, feather off the throttle. No, don't swerve off and hit the brakes. Just lift off the throttle down the straight.
Be predictable.
That's it. Yep.
Moving left or right aggressively is not predictable.
Use your indicators.
Well, I will say they are. You can't see people's indicators in VR. They just don't show up.
Yeah. Well, I was actually going to say, I know it's weird for someone from Canberra to say use your indicators, but
You guys got a rep for being bad drivers, have you?
we've got the worst drivers in the country.
I always thought Perth drivers were the worst.
Oh, wait till you have a go at Canberra. Oh my god. You almost have to have last rights every time you go on the road.
Yeah, you territories are always a bit wild.
Yep. It's because of all the porn, fireworks, and marijuana that we're smoking. That's what it is.
That's one thing, right? Porn fireworks. It's like one object.
That's pretty well the only thing that people come to Canberra for.
I've never been to our capital.
You're not missing much.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
I'm not very nice to my home city.
Perth's not great either.
No. Yeah, well, you're 300 years behind us, so.
Oh, it's 2 hours.
Yeah, 300 years. Well, Keen is being very, very gentle on his tyres, which I like to see. But he's still quick. 211 flat.
He's must be really managing that temperature well.
Oh, we're into the final hour of this race. If you've made it this far in the stream, thank you very much for joining us. I really hope you've enjoyed it. Now that we've got an hour left, hit us with your predictions for the top 5. Let's be keen. Top 5.
So Spinozzi's served his drive-through and he's still in 3rd.
And O'Hara's now back in the 208 Bentley. And I'm liking Keen at the moment. He's definitely on the pace.
He can hang on.
And he's managing. But I reckon he'll have to pit soon. Because even though he's the only driver in that car, he still has a stint limit.
Yes, that's a good point.
Oh, we got a car off the track. Is it Dave Ross again?
Oh,
God, this car. Oh, no. Please wait. Please wait. Oh, good. Good man, Dave.
Ooh.
Good man, Dave. Hopefully there's
exit
no
bump
one
in
coming.
between
He's got plenty of time to turn it round and fire it off again. So, he's done well there. Still got a 30-second stop-go penalty, but That Honda is not liking these conditions at the moment.
Really has had a tough race.
Well, Jackson Starrett's also back in the 555 Aston, but he has still got a long way to catch up to our leader in GT4, who is, if I can find him, we're getting closer, I swear. There he is, Adam Ferguson in the 459 Mercedes.
16th overall. Really
Great
well
effort.
done. Really
Great
well
effort.
done.
Yeah.
Starrett and him actually both doing really well. 16th and 17th overall in their GT4 cars.
Starrett and Mia Rose done a fantastic job throughout this race. And they're still a little bit off. Well, they're still a lap behind Ferguson, unfortunately.
Madrevsky's joined us and pointed out that O'Hara's back in the car.
Yep, that's where I got the clue actually. Thanks for joining us, Dravelmere. You're a little bit late. But anyway.
He's probably been lurking the whole time.
Oh yeah, quite possibly. Quite possibly. We have 34 viewers on the stream at the moment, so that's close to a new record. But, Adam Ferguson, he's just been like clockwork. Given his teammate, I'll have to look it up. Justin Courtier, of course. What a team.
What are they? 3 laps behind Hegarty and then Essex.
Well,
4 laps.
Dravelmere. He was throwing a bathtub with a motor around Donington. Did you find an open server on Assetto Corsa? Also, Raschuti is now into the pit lane. There he is. Geez, that car is looking a little bit filthy at the moment. And Izzat Farr is out in front. So we're going to have to try and find... Oh, we almost found him. Almost found him. There he is, Andy O'Hara.
.209 his last lap. It's flying.
Yep. Someone has engaged party mode on O'Hara. And if I can find... Yes, Bnossi 212. Izzat Farr 212. And if I can find our other fastest driver, no. So Andy O'Hara is the fastest driver on track, unless I can find Stephen Bull. That's Dave Ross again.
All 3 NSXs on the screen at once there. We just feel bad for these
This
guys.
is just... He's sort of having to do a bit of an Austin Powers. Yeah, that's the one. Austin Powers, yeah. Austin Powers. And I'd say that car has got a lot of damage on it.
Safety car. I think that looked like a safety car being called to me. Just the way that GT4 came up and...
Do we have a safety car, Monjan? Oh.
There you go.
Yep, safety car.
Just the way that Mercedes came up and stopped, I was like, yeah, it doesn't look like he's even trying to get around.
Yep. Jeez,
But
that Honda. That's looking
having a bit of a
very
pause.
second-hand. I have a feeling if we go to a replay, we're going to see a fair bit of carnage at turn 2 for poor Dave Ross. Here we go. So let's see if we can find him first. There we go. So we found him now. So has he just come out of the pits again? So he's just come out of the pits. So he's on cold tyres, I imagine. I hope he hasn't gone with slicks.
Oh, no, he got through this one.
Up. Oh. That's a lot of damage.
They must just have a setup that is totally not working in the wet.
Yeah. It's very easy to do. It's like, I think the only car that really works well in both dry and wet weather conditions is the Nissan, actually.
Maybe the 911 as well?
We don't talk about the
in the
911
race.
on the stream. We don't talk about the 911. That thing is possessed.
Yeah, it's the pendulum in the back telling it where to go.
Yeah. Yeah, the evil in the back. So, Dave Ross, another tour through pit lane. I think some of these drivers have just got to be prepared that this car's got a lot of damage. So they're just going to have to be a little bit patient. And Dave Ross does manage to get around the track and into pit lane again. So yes, it's just been the race from hell. I think Dave Ross and his teammate, if I can quickly bring that up, Strinsos, I think they'll just be really happily counting down these last 51 minutes. This man, he's going to have he's going to get a free kick, really. And I'm assuming we're still under safety car. Yes, we are. So, oh, there we go. So Rico Coe's back in the 33, and he's got a second gap to Matt Cotter, who is the fourth car in that lineup there. The what would you call that? Matt Black, Aston Martin. So hopefully we go back to racing soon. Assuming we're trying to get the whole field under control again. Hopefully Monjan will hit us up with a bit of a warning that we're going back to racing soon. Next lap restart. Thank you very much, Monjan. So, as we touched on a little bit earlier, thank you to the stewards for making this happen. It's very tough to steward for 3 hours, watch everyone else have fun, and more than likely not get thanks. So thank you very much. This is our salute to you guys sitting in the race director's box right now. Talk about lucky. Andrew Thomas. Aaron Thomas. I knew there was an Aaron Thomas out there. Just managed to get out in time, so he won't lose another lap. In fact, Matt Cotter's just had a massive favour given to him by the GTR of Green, who I imagine will be coming out of the... Just lost him. There we go, Ryan Green in the 69 Nissan GTR. I'd say they're doing a fair bit of repairs. No Porsches. Rivera, there are plenty of Porsches out there, but it doesn't look like any of them are in GT3. We have got... Well, there's a Porsche right there, Terry Darwin. It's GT4, but it counts.
Are we talking about 911s? I thought we were talking about 911s.
No, we are talking about 911s. So just answering a question from Rivera. Oh. No Porsches. No, there are Porsches. They're just in GT4.
Ah, yes, right.
So, in fact,
I'm actually surprised there's no one in a 911.
I'm not. They're awful.
Your biases aside, I'm surprised.
Honda's had a good recovery. They're now sitting third in GT4. In fact, we're going to do a quick rundown of GT4. In fact, I think we've lost someone. We've lost the second Porsche. So, fortunately, we have lost the, what was it, 420, the 420?
421.
The 421 Cricket Australia Porsche. And, well, Stephen Bull's now fourth. What was that? Am I saying Keen Lucas? Okay, he's doing the Shane Van Gisbergen trick. Credit to him. He's going to cost himself too much time because they're going to go racing without him.
His tyres must be very hot. What?
Well, we are back to racing. Let's go back to our leader.
Oh dear, dear. I will say that was an
Rico, hold it together, mate. So we are now back to racing. Rico Coase is now leading this race. They got 47 minutes to go, but he has got Matt Cotter right behind him.
I tell you what, Matt Cotter must be there. Him and Spinelli must be pretty happy considering they had a stop-go penalty. Oh, sorry, a drive-through penalty.
Yeah.
They got away with that. They're still in second.
Considering in the first hour that these guys had dropped so far behind O'Hara,
Yeah.
and now they're sitting second. Your prediction is actually looking pretty good, you know.
I think Rico might be slightly more likely, especially with track position.
Oh,
But you
here
never
we go.
know.
Here's
Long way to
O'Hara.
go.
And he's got his sights set on Keen Lucas, and Keen, I think he's hurting. I think he's hurting for tyre life at the moment.
He's probably tired as well.
Yeah, those arms will be feeling like spaghetti. Strands of spaghetti, and oh, look at the traffic up ahead.
The
Stephen
mental
Bull.
fatigue as well. You know, 3 hours around Bathurst with a slower class car, even though there's only 5 of them or 4 of them now.
Oh no, this is GT3 lap traffic. Oh, Keen, hold it together, mate. Steve, no! Bull! Oh no! So Steve Bull, bit of impatience there. And he's absolutely done himself out of a position.
It's, that's unfortunate.
The problem is that these 2 drivers ahead, they're fighting for position, so they're not going to back off for you.
No, it's
Just a bit of patience.
Sometimes moments like this, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. And that's
Oh no! Now
Oh,
Keen's
no.
into the fence. So that Bentley,
Did he
Oh.
just touch him in the Bentley touch?
they did.
Like,
They certainly did touch.
him
So-
and Anton, I think it was. Susanna.
Yeah, it was Susanna again. So Susanna is proving to be.
He's always
Quite
hard to
pivotal.
pass, Anton.
He's well, he's quite pivotal in this race by the looks of things. As now he's got Andy O'Hara beside him. They're going 3 wide into turn number 1.
3 Mercs. Oh no, sorry, 2 Bentleys and a Merc.
Yeah, they kind of look the same.
Yeah, well, I think I'm watching this in 480p.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Nah, that's fun.
So Andy O'Hara now, within a lap, he's up to 4th. And by the looks of things, he's hunting for water as well. And you know what? He's got time.
Yeah,
Time is on his side.
no rush at all. Got Phillips in front, and he's a lap down. Is it Phillips?
Oh, look at the patience from O'Hara.
Yeah.
Like me, I would have gone for that gap that appeared on the right-hand side of that Bentley. But,
It looked good for about half a second, didn't it?
yeah, but O'Hara, now he's just got nothing but clear track. Look at that. He's driving around like it is dry.
Yeah.
And that track, I just had to double check that track is still damp.
It's a long way to go. 43 minutes. It's plenty of time.
Oh, there's plenty of time. Well, I mean, before the safety car, he was in the 209s. The three drivers ahead of him, Young, Cotter and Coase, they were in the 12s.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah, you see...
I'd also say there's, with the weather where it is and the race where it is, there's a high likelihood of another safety car too.
Oh, we're going to see bins. Don't worry about that. We'll see another bin. So we see Keen Lucas in the pits. Oh, that's just heartbreaking for Keen. He was doing such a brilliant job. He's done this entire race by himself as... Geez, we've got...
Epic job. Epic job. So
If I can
entertaining.
find him.
Especially in the last 30, 40 minutes.
No. It's not easy to do 3 hours of sim racing by yourself. He'll be mentally fatigued. His arms will be physically fatigued. And if he's got one of those load cell brake pedals, his feet's going to be fatigued as well.
My left ankle gets sore on long races with the load cell.
Yeah. So, Keen, if you watch it, when you watch this stream back, hold your head up high, mate. You've done a fantastic job.
Yeah, well done.
Let's try and find our leaders again. There's Rico and Matt Cotter into the fence under the tree. So I think he's gotten away with that. But I'm also watching that gap between 4th and 3rd, and it is shrinking as I'm watching it.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. The torpedo has the torpedoes coming at him.
I think we got a little bit of time. I've just got a request from Pooley to see a bit of his teammate, Benny McKenzie. Mate, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one as soon as I find him.
We showed you a few times,
there we go.
Pooley.
There we go. Ben McKenzie. There he is. The 111. He's up into the top 10. He's just ahead of McLaughlin in the GTR, who is...
This car has been clean all day. I don't think we've seen any...
I think it's got a little bit of damage.
Yeah, but I don't think we've seen it involved in anything, if you know what I mean.
I'll say a little bit of damage. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, okay.
You know what? Oof. Ooh. Yeah, let's just focus on this side, because that looks prettier.
Yeah.
And the rear of the car looks good, so that means you haven't been brake testing people. Fantastic.
That is the most victim-blaming thing I've ever heard anyone. If you've got damage to the rear, it's because you've been brake testing people.
Well, it's never the other driver's fault. Let's be honest. It's never. Whoa, whoa. Is he
watching the race or the stream?
He's watching the stream. I think for Pooley's sake, we'll take it off him. There's Lockie Nichols. He's trying to get into the pit lane awkwardly.
Oh, this Lambo has been fast all day, but just
no luck.
No luck. Yep.
And Andrew Thomas in the pit lane, another lot of damage. Keen Lucas still in the pits. He must have a heap of damage. Dave Brister, here we go. Stephen Bull is recovering, but he must have a lot of damage on that car.
Yeah, real unfortunate. Because they had this race at one point.
Well, endurance racing, anything can happen, and usually does, particularly around Bathurst.
It does really feel like Andy is going to come back and take this at the moment.
Well, in that short time that we stopped focusing on that, he's almost halved the gap between himself and Michael Young.
Looks like these two are pulling away from Michael Young.
It certainly seems that way. The gap is coming down for Matt Cotter on Rico Coase. There's the camera angle I wanted. Wow. I've just... Oh, God, another spammer. Hang on a second, let me get rid of him as well. Let's see. Let's see. Get rid get rid of you, this thing, the heli. God. Cheap.
Bigfollows.com.
Big fellas. Is that OnlyFans?
Big Follows.
Stop advertising them on my stream. Jeez.
I've never seen that before. I probably don't spend enough time on Twitch.
No, neither do I. I think they're quite annoying when they pop onto my stream.
I haven't had an email from a Nigerian prince in years.
Go open up a business email. Oh, you get them all the time. It's very frustrating. But anyway, none of that. We're focusing on this battle that is brewing. O'Hara, he is just... Someone forgot to tell him he's wet. That's what it must be.
That safety car just worked out so well for him, didn't it? Just like put him right back in a spot where he could attack. Got the work to do now though. He's got at least 3 cars to pass if he wants to win. So it should be fun watching him try.
Well, he's got 36 minutes.
It's more than 10 minutes each.
Oh boy. What a race this has been. We've still got 36 minutes left. There's our top 4 in one shot as well. So I think we're going to see an Andy O'Hara pass coming up soon. I don't think Michael Young's going to do much to fight this off.
Interesting though, NSX was able to at least maintain the gap to the Bentley, if not make it slightly bigger down the straight though.
Oh, no. Little mistake. Let's open the door a little bit. And there we go. So Andy O'Hara has just pressured Michael Young into a mistake into the cutting, and he gets it done. So now next on O'Hara's list will be Matt Cotter. That's the gap he's going to have to try and close up. And I think there was a bit of lap traffic at the wrong moment for Rico Coase. God, I'll tell you what, this 33 has had no luck where the lap traffic has been concerned. That's going to bring Cotter right onto the back of him.
Yeah, I remember saying earlier in the race that they, you'd hope it all comes out in the wash, but really has not been the case with that car tonight, has it?
No, but they're still in front.
Yeah, it's true.
And if they can just hold on for another 34 minutes, that's all, they should be able to take out the win ahead of Andy O'Hara and Matt Cotter.
Easier said than done.
Oh, Cotter saved it.
It's interesting because earlier in the race, I got the feeling that Rico Coase was being held up by Cotter, and now I get the feeling it's the other way around.
It's hard to tell at the moment as Andy O'Hara is just getting closer and closer.
And he's going to be on before the end of this lap. He's on Cotter already.
It's not a good feeling when you see Andy O'Hara closing up on you hand over fist. I've lost count of the amount of times I've been in an open lobby that has 20-minute races, and I've seen Andy O'Hara turn up, puts on pole position, bins it in turn 1, and by the end of 20 minutes he's back in front. It's not a good feeling.
Demoralizing. That said, if you every now and then, like me, you don't find yourself in a position with Andy O'Hara coming behind you, and you do find like happy to be there. Like, how did this happen? And then he passes me 3 corners later.
Yeah. Oh, we got a slow car as well up ahead. That's Aaron Thomas. Will this play a part in this battle? It's coming up right now. Oh, sideways from O'Hara.
Big four-wheel drift.
And that McLaren has not quite gotten out of the way really well. But it looks like the top three have managed to get past. Oh, this is giving me anxiety, honestly. And jump back on board with Matt Cotter. So,
Our conclusion fairly soon.
yeah. Oh, is he looking at a move? I thought he was looking for a move, just the way the car moved. They got GT4 traffic up ahead. No, that's just David Ross in the very stricken Honda. So here we go. So Hari's sneaking up the inside. Can he get the move done? Yes. So far, he's got him. He must have him. He's got him. So tick another one off for O'Hara. Still 30 minutes to go. Cotter can always fire it back on him. Oh, slide there from Cotter. He's desperate to hang on to the back of O'Hara.
Putting all their faith in the traffic there, that the traffic won't do anything unexpected.
Yeah.
Great job though. Spectacular but clean.
Rico Coe is a very, very capable driver. Waiting to see if he can hold off.
It's going to be interesting. Be very interesting if Rico's still got Aaron Andy behind him as they go over the mountain next time.
There's a bit of a gap. He might get 2 laps. So we're looking at the back now of Rico Coe's Audi. I just wonder, is O'Hara hurting his tyres too much?
Yeah, could be. They don't look like they're looking for the wet track. All right. As I say that, he moves over. Has it stopped raining? Looks like it has.
You would think that, but there it is.
No, okay.
I just think
the camera just a bit,
rear camera doesn't really show it. As they make their way up Mountain Straight one more time. Thought it was all over for O'Hara and Chris Munro after contact between Munro and Izzatfar, Coe's teammate.
Yeah, that safety car. Didn't it?
Yep, that safety car just saved Absolute Racing. Now we jump back on board with Andy O'Hara as he monsters the back of the 33 Audi.
Straight here. Oh, he's just on the throttle so early there.
Coast seems to be able to get the power down a little bit better, so the gap opens up a little bit. But Ahara's got the slipstream. Oh, that's interesting information. So Andy Ahara is apparently the only driver up front on wet tyres. So, uh-oh. Oh.
Oh, I might have done it. Yeah,
There we go. So Andy Ahara has managed to fight back and now leads this race again.
Makes sense. His confidence offline.
Yep.
It's huge. So, and we did see him move off the line before as well. So.
And we're not seeing that from Cotter or Coase.
So they're leaving the lines if they have to.
So thanks for that info, Munro. I mean, it's possible to make the slick tyres work in these conditions.
Yeah, it looks similar to the first race at Brands Hatch last week, which is, as I say, earlier in the race, it was awkward. Didn't matter which tyre you were on, it was awkward.
Yeah, that's it. If you can keep the heat in the tyres, slick tyres will work.
Yep. You either take out pumped up slicks or slightly pumped down wets to a track like this.
Yes.
Low pressure, low air pressure.
It didn't take long. We said that he 10 minutes per car. Well, he didn't need 10 minutes.
I think he had them both done, or all three of them done within 8.
Pretty well. Now, something I think I've noticed is that Adam Ferguson and Jay and Starrett, if I can just swap back to our GT4 leaders. So there's Ferguson, he's into the pits.
Sitting in.
Yep,
Late
now,
stop.
I just want to have a quick look. Are they on the same lap? It doesn't look like they are. No, they are actually on the same lap. So, Adam Ferguson and Starrett, they're on the same lap. I wonder if Starrett is going to swap over to Mia Ott. Does he stop it on the mark? Looks like he has. So, there's Ferguson. 25 minutes left in this race. Interesting strategy. And he reverses in pit lane. Very interesting strategy.
Koze in?
Pardon?
Koze's in there. Yeah, Koze's in.
Oh,
Rico's
wow. So, yeah, good spot there. So, Rico Koze into the pit lane. He's had enough. I would say he's going on to wet weather tyres. It's pretty well all over. Andy Ahara is
properly wet now.
Yep. So we're going to see drivers jumping into the pits, and Mia Rose now in the 555 Aston. And Adam Ferguson is only just entering turn 2. So the battle... Oh, no! So we also have a drive-through for the 555.
Damn.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. So...
One of them sped into the pit.
I would say that's contact. I'd say that's contact.
Oh, right, drive-through, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, drive-through penalty for Mia Rose. I mean, 23 minutes left. Anything can still happen.
Yeah.
How's this?
I think that McLaren's on slicks and GT4's on wet. Yeah, on wet.
We just don't know because Mia is a bit of an alien herself. Just so much confidence. Oh, Matt McLaren. I have to say, on Tuesday, I am racing in the Octane contender series, and Mia is in my tier. I'm not looking forward to that.
Yeah, that's really holding on to that McLaren. And keeping that NSX bay at the same time.
I mean, we laugh, but it's wet weather conditions. Forget power, forget downforce, forget everything. It's confidence in the wet. Like, yeah. Mia's probably a little bit angry that they got to drive through, but nothing they can do about it. So
Yeah.
she'll be desperate to get into the pits as soon as possible, or not.
The pace is good.
Let's have a look at the gap between herself and Ferguson. 16.5 seconds.
Oh.
Hopefully next endurance round we'll see a few more GT4 drivers, because honestly they are really good fun cars to drive.
I'm interested to see if Cotter decides to pit or if he decides to stay out. Because essentially, with that Audi pitting, if he stays out, probably keeps track position. But how slow is that actually going to be on slicks in these conditions?
Well, 2:13.5 was his previous lap time.
That's not terrible pace.
And there's Rico Coes, 3:14, just out of the pit lane, obviously.
Yeah.
So he's a lap down. And it is getting proper dark at the moment. Have a look at it.
8:13 p.m.
Yep, so...
Daylight savings.
Yep. I read somewhere that all these races are based on the time zones that the real life race takes place. So this race is taking place in February, back when I knew warmth. Canberra's a hole in winter.
Yeah, Perth's pretty mild, but it's cold. It got to 4 degrees at night the other day.
Wow. I don't think we even topped 4.
Rough.
Yep. Canberra sucks. Rico, this will be a test of patience. Flashing the lights like crazy. There's Munro 185 far out. That was tough. Bathurst is not fun in the wet, mate. Yeah, you didn't even get the worst of it. You got a damp track. Teammate's got a wet track.
I'd argue that it's almost better to have dry or wet than it is terrible.
Cotter's going around again. I think he's going to gamble on slick tyres for the rest of this
at
race.
this point, he's basically made the call. It's just interesting to see what he's paid. 3:08.
And even with the wet track, Coes is still looking for water.
Yeah, right.
Actually,
Here he comes. There's Coes right there. It's already. Yeah, okay.
actually, have a look at that gap. 3.6 seconds.
Yep.
I reckon Cotter has actually come in from the wets.
Oh, you might be right, actually.
A 3:08 previous lap time.
Yeah,
That's a
you're
pit.
probably
That's
right.
an out lap.
Yeah. Yeah, good call. Very good call. And he's maintained track position in doing so.
Well, Koze's out lap was a 3:14. Cotter's was a 3:08. So 6 seconds. I'd say Cotter got lucky with the traffic.
Still 18 minutes to go, and it's getting darker. Long way to go in that sense.
And Mia Rose is still hounding the back of this McLaren. Oh.
And she served her drive-through as well.
I have a feeling it may have been reversed.
Ah, okay.
So Mia's starting to get frustrated. Rico's getting frustrated. Everyone's really frustrated out there by the looks of things. Just have a look at the gap again for GT4.
Very angry gaggle.
Yeah, well, we're at almost at the end of a 3-hour race. Patience is probably wearing thin at the moment. As I've just noticed the team name for the 555 car. I think you need a few more fives in that name, guys. For Van Wingard, I think he's better off just letting Mia go.
Yeah.
No, actually, Mia has still got a drive through.
Oh, interesting.
So, I'd say that'd be for contact again.
Used to actually racing on the track position. I haven't been to that. Just assumed she was a lap down.
Well, the thing is, Ferguson, who's in 14th, that is for position. That is for the lead of GT4. So you can see the frustration from Mia. She's faster than Van Wingard. We got a yellow flag. And oh, there it is. So I was wondering where the car was off, but there it is. Terry Darwin. He's down in 4th position. Oh, so the Ferguson Porsche is reconnected. That must have been when we had that massive freeze.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So Terry Darwin currently running 4th in GT4. He's had a very interesting race, I have to say.
Yeah. Both those Porsches have.
Let's just do a quick check through the field. There's our 3rd place team in GT4. And these guys again, they've had an interesting race. They went backwards. They fell down the order like a stone, and then they've just managed to stay out of trouble. And now they're in 3rd in class. Yeah. Well, speaking of great jobs.
Yeah. Class act.
Class act indeed.
As soon as that safety car, we saw what the lay of the land of that safety car, it felt ominous, didn't it?
It really did. And this is his view. I absolutely love the night racing. I actually love all kinds of night racing. It's just so exciting.
The night and wet in this together lighting effects like he's coming up on someone. Catch the end of their rooster tail every now and then.
So that's the Mercedes we were just following of Honor. Look at the pace that he has in the mid-corner. He's almost on rails. If we jump onto this view where we can actually see the steering wheel, just smooth. At 209, another 209.7 in the wet, that's all.
Metronomic.
Nice and relaxed.
Bentley really is a nice GT3 car, and I think it's well suited to this track as well.
Well, the Bentleys did win this year's 12-hour.
True.
Goes back through the gears again. We have...
It's just gotten properly dark, hasn't it? All of a sudden?
It really has. Welcome to Australia in daylight saving mode. Oh, this game just does look absolutely beautiful at night. I mean, shout out to the people who developed the Soul mod for Assetto Corsa. That looks spectacular as well as... that's not something you want to see coming over Skyline. Yellow flags. Oh, no! Oh, anything can happen in motor racing, and it usually does. That was
I think you'll get away with that, but
that was Terry Darwin. So, that's just rotten luck for O'Hara, and we have a safety car. So we'll have to find out, I think, what has actually happened to Terry.
will the dice get rolled again?
Oh, I think, oh, mate, I don't know what to make of this anymore. And so we have got a safety car again. Let's try and find our man, Terry. No, this is a long time ago. Oh, was that him? No, that wasn't him. Still looking. There he is. Right. Let's try and work out what has happened to poor Terry over the top of the mountain. Oh God, those are proper wet conditions, aren't they? Look at that. Oh, that is terrible. Look at it. Yep, I agree, Fusto Canon. And thanks for the follow, mate. Let's see what he does. Over the top of the mountain. He's missed his braking marker, grabbed the grass, and he has planted that Porsche well and truly into the fence. And he's just, well, the team car managed to get through unscathed at least.
Yeah.
Yep. And we also see Torres with a stop-go penalty. So that would be for speeding through pit lane. I'm trying to find our leader. I'm going the wrong way. So here we have the whole field. So Andy O'Hara. I don't know how much damage is on the front of this car, to be honest.
Quite a bit of traffic between Andy and Matt. The GT4 car and the Quickie Monster car. What do you really can't tell in the dark?
What are the odds of Andy turning off his headlights for a few seconds so he can just examine the damage on the front of his car? It doesn't look like he's got any damage, actually. So
okay. I think that bottom pops up a little bit and you get the damage in his car.
well, you wouldn't be able to tell because we're blinded by those lights.
Looks like the bottom's flat though.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. He just managed to slow it down enough that the impact wasn't as bad as what it could have been.
Yeah, that other car reacted like it was quite a hard hit, but it didn't. Andy's car looks alright to me.
And we are about to go racing this lap. Thank you very much to Monjan from Race Control for keeping us up to date with what's going on the track. It's very much appreciated.
We get a solid 9 minutes of racing here.
Yep, so maybe a little bit less. Depends on when Andy decides to get on with it.
How much traffic between Corsa and Cotter?
Jeez, we got a car. Might be Nichols. So that.
Quite a bit.
Whoa, okay, we just had a car go off to Narnia. So let's count them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 6 cars between Matt Cotter and Andy O'Hara. And what's worse, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. So that's all for position. These guys are not going to be, well, willing.
Corsa looks like he's right on Matt. 0.8.
Yep, he is. And Andy's decided, I'm going now. I think that's a GT4 car behind him as well. Yeah, so the GT4 car has really assisted as well because I don't believe these drivers are allowed to overtake until the control line. So Honda. In fact, I reckon this will have given Mia Rose a bit of a break as well, a lucky break. So
Yeah,
if I can just swap to GT4.
She had lap down on Ferguson. Oh no, 21 seconds.
Yeah, so it's still doable for Mia. As we see Matt Cotter there, just slicing his way through traffic as we speak. Oh, big slide there for Cotter.
Caught it? He caught it.
Very well held.
Yeah.
That gap is already up to 5.2 seconds, and he's still got 2 or 3 cars to get through.
Okay, he's right with Cotter here though.
Yep, so the battle for second is on. So while Cotter wants to get through and try and have a dig at Andy O'Hara, he's got to be mindful that...
Oh, they've let him go. Nice work.
Well, one has.
Anton. Here's Zano.
And Coase is now stuck behind lap traffic again.
Just one of those things.
Though now the Honda does get out of the way of Coase, so it's going to play on. But, well, Stephen Bull is, he might do a bit of a favour for Cotter and hold up O'Hara.
He's coming, isn't he?
Although O'Hara, being the smart driver he is, I reckon he'll probably just sidestep Bull. He's not fighting him, doesn't need to get involved, and doesn't need to get held up.
Bit of honour on the line here for Bull. That car, you know, could have been fighting at the front.
Have a yellow flag somewhere. Oh, we have a car off the track, Ben McKenzie. Well, we did have a car off the track. So there's Mia Rose. Where's Adam Ferguson? Just coming out of the chase now. And he's actually being held up by traffic himself. So this is the battle for GT4. We've got Ferguson here. No, hang on. No, still going the wrong way. And here's second in GT4. So about the front straight separating Adam Ferguson and Mia Rose.
All out here by herself.
And yep, she is out by herself. And Nichols in that Lamborghini is out of the way as well. So I think...
I do wonder how they got that drive through.
I would say contact.
Kiss from a rose?
Kiss from a rose. You know what? I'll give that one to you. That's well played. Well done.
I think Starrett might have been driving the car when they got, like, you know, because they got the penalty right after a pit stop. So I am just guessing.
Yeah. Well, we have a battle developing here between. Well, it would be developing. Oh no! Into the fence goes John O'Ball. He's actually holding up the other Bentley. Oh!
He bumped Anton.
Anthony will be absolutely spitting about that.
Yeah, not really necessary.
Yeah, and that's just holding up. That's just holding up Cesana. It's giving Thornton a chance to get away. And that is the position.
You don't have to let people go, but if they're alongside you, you kind of do, even if it is an awkward spot.
Well, John O'Ball is 24th.
Yep.
For me, personally, if I was in 24th, I would just be getting out of the way.
Yeah.
Your race is already pretty crap. Managed to pull it up.
Yeah, that's rough.
It is.
Cotter looks like he's pulled the gap to Coase.
I'll have to try and
Is that
find that
right?
now.
They were pretty close together for a while there,
Hang
but
on. The gap's coming down between Cotter and O'Hara. It's now 3.8 seconds. Are we going to see a legendary upset?
Has Andy still got traffic in front of him? He's still got. Oh no, he's let Cook go.
That's
Sorry,
Stephen Bull in front of him. Breno 2301, he reckons it's too little too late, but I don't know. He's ripped 2 seconds out of him. And we've got another yellow flag. Let's quickly check where that is. Oh no, that's at the top of the mountain as well. There it is. That's the that is a Bentley.
Gonna say
Ryan
Jono.
Torres.
No, Ryan. Okay.
So Cotter will be
The car
next
he
to come
shared
up.
with Brista.
And
Flashing his lights.
oh, Cotter is taking all the risks. Oh, Torres, he just didn't see the Audi of Rico Coes, so that gives Cotter an extra bit of breathing space. He can just use that to focus on closing the gap down to Andy O'Hara. But I think this will be the final lap that we're coming up to. 3.6 seconds. But with 1 lap to go around Bathurst in the rain, in the dark, anything can happen. And O'Hara's pace has significantly dropped. Look at that, 2:12.4, 2:10 for Cotter.
Oof.
2:11.
Leader is on the final lap now. Give it all you can.
And another 2:10, so it's still on, really. So final lap of this race. And the top 3 are separated by less than 5 seconds.
This is brilliant.
That's brilliant after 3 hours of racing. We also got to keep an eye on that gap in GT4. Mia Rose, 11.8 on Ferguson. I mean, it's a lot to make up, but anything can happen on this final lap.
Just great racing. Especially this top 10. Double top 10s are pretty good.
So Andy O'Hara squirms his way around the top of the mountain one more time. All he's got ahead of him is Stephen Bull, who is a lap down. They make their way to the elbow for the last time. Gap has come down between himself and Cotter, down to 3 seconds even. I don't think it's too little too late, as Breno has said in chat.
Get the feeling Andy's just keeping the gap to Bull in front of him.
Yep. Doesn't want to get involved. Oh, 2.3 to Cotter, 1 more lap and he probably would have had him. Maybe if the traffic had been a little bit kinder to Matt Cotter, the story would be a lot different.
What can you say? Great job, Andy. Great job, Chris.
So final corner for the 208, and Andy O'Hara and Chris Munro will win the first round of the AK Racing Endurance Cup. Behind him, Matt Cotter will finish in second place.
Spinozzi, well done.
And Rico Coes and Brian Isdafar will come in third place. Now let's try and focus on, if we can find him, our leader of GT4. There he is, Adam Ferguson. Oh!
Oh. Even on the last lap, still throwing challenges up for these guys.
Oh, wow. So Adam Ferguson is just absolutely driven spectacularly in GT4. He's led the race from start to finish, along with his teammate. Sorry, I cannot remember him off the top of my head. Justin Courtier. So Adam Ferguson will finish in second place. Well, Mia Rose, spectacular job alongside with Starrett. Yeah, we'll pick up second in GT4. Hopefully, a few more GT4 drivers at round number 2. And let's see if we can't find our third place. Well, Honor has already finished. We'll have to find our winner, Andy O'Hara, right here. there it is, Andy O'Hara and Chris Munro, the winners of round number 1 in the 208 Bentley. And I think someone has forgotten to turn off the...
Yeah.
Turn Andy O'Hara off. He's still doing
I was
laps.
going to say, yeah, you got to take his battery out.
Got to flip him into cool down mode. As Mimsai1 is rating us, mate. You've rated us Mimsy1. You've rated us at the exact wrong moment, mate, because we are about ready to sign off. So maybe next time.
Thanks, mate.
Hit us with a follow. Then you won't miss out. So.
Great job by everyone. Really, I mean, this would have been hard enough if it had just been dry all race, and but it started raining at what, like just over an hour in, and it didn't really stop.
Well, Mimsy, at least you're in time for an Andy O'Hara burnout.
Something about traction control donuts that just doesn't do it for me.
I think you'll find he's turned traction control off for this.
It just sounds so muted, though, don't you reckon?
Hang on a second. That sounds a little bit better. Well, he's not even steering. That's how good he is. Look at that. Effortless. Someone just bump him, and maybe that might reset him. Rico, bump him, mate. You got to hit him and switch him on and off again. Even his donuts are consistent. Look at that.
Yeah, I don't think that right front wheel's moved an inch since he started doing those donuts.
Well done, Andy O'Hara. That was well driven. So let's head back to the garage and we'll have a look at the results. So Andy O'Hara and Chris Munro, the winners of the Bathurst 3 Hour by AK Racing. Matt Cotter and Alex Spinozzi, they put in a heroic effort. They almost got your prediction right, Chris.
Yeah, feeling good about that.
Yeah. Rico Coase and Brian Izafar, they put in a spectacular drive as well to finish in on the podium. Ricciuti and Young, they were up there all race long and they just couldn't quite bridge the gap. They were.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to be at the top, but
made a strong case for a podium all day. Just not quite there at the end.
Stephen Bull and Tim Cook, another pair that really put in a strong effort.
They could have won this race at one point,
but they just came unstuck with lap traffic at the top of the mountain. David Thornton and Matty Richards, 6th place after they binned it on lap 1.
Yeah, they recovered quite well. They were one of the,
spectacular effort to finish only 2 laps down, so well done to those guys. Susanna and Eaton in 7th. Vanderham, Phillips and Newman in 8th. Mackenzie and Poole and Ankovic and Campbell round out the top 10. Then you got McLaughlin and Green. They were another pair that came unstuck in the first couple of hours. Then Wingard and Thomas in 12th. Then Ferguson and Courtier, first of the GT4s in 13th, with Mia Rose and Justin Starrett in 14th. So great to see the 2 GT4 drivers getting into the top 15.
Hats off to them.
We have jumped away from that. Stop doing that. Khan and Nichols, they had a bit of a struggle of a race, but they managed to scrape into the top 15. They should be happy with that one.
They had good pace. I think they could have, that Lamborghini could have been in the top 5 if it had a more, had been more fortunate.
Yeah. Well, I think they've been hit with a 130-second time penalty. So maybe someone has maybe they've breached driver stint limits, but I'm sure that might be a system error, and they'll be able to get that reversed maybe. But we'll leave that up to the stewards. I'm sure they'll plead their case. Hegarty and Hemi Bateman and Hewitt in 16th. Torres and Brister 17th. I think they managed to stay where they started, so that was pretty good for them. Honor and Marshall 3rd in GT4. And we'll actually go to the GT4 classifications right after this. Darwin and Cooley, Thomas Sinclair, Strinsos and Ross drivers who had an absolute struggle of a race all day long. Keen Lucas, just disastrous race. Binning it at the chase. Was right up there, and a job well done to him. He was the only driver in that car all race long, so hopefully he finds a partner for the next one. Ferguson, Foley, and Crediton. Ball right rounds out the last of the finishers. Let's swap over to GT4. We have Ferguson and Courtier, obviously our winners. We touched on that, and sneaking into the top 15 as well overall. So well done to those guys. Rose and Starrett likewise. Thought that they were going to be a little bit closer, but a drive-through penalty late in the race for Rose and Starrett, that sort of put an end to their battle. But that safety car, I thought that was going to bring them right back in, and to finish 12 seconds behind, that's a pretty good effort. Hono, Marshall round out the podium. Now we have Darwin, Cooley, Ferguson and Foley. That's the last of our finishers. Ferguson, Foley and Crediton, they did really well to actually finish the race, considering I think they had a disconnect.
I mean, it looks like both Caymans had a disconnect there. Was 4? Didn't we only have 2? Did we have 3?
Well, no, the sixth place Porsche, they're the same drivers. In fact, the last 3 Porsches, yeah.
Oh, so they must have been disconnected twice. I think that looks like they've been disconnected twice and they've had to rejoin as different numbers.
Yeah. Wow. In any case, they did well to finish. Hopefully, the lap scorers and race control will be able to help them out and get the proper result that they should have. But great that they actually rejoined and finished the race anyway. Oh, geez. We're gonna have to. Now we're going to have to pick driver of the day. That's going to be the hard one.
Yeah. It's hard to go past Andy again at the top there, isn't it?
It is, but...
Drove away at the first stint and then drove himself back into the lead in the third.
Yeah. I really want to go with Cotter and Spinozzi, though.
Yeah. I mean,
They did
you know how
a
I
really
feel
good
about
job.
them.
Yeah, they did a really good job to come from 5th. They made up the most amount of positions of the
Kept
top
their nose
5.
clean all day as well.
Yep.
That first stint, Matt's first stint holding off Rico for, what, an hour, maybe more?
Yeah.
Really good job.
Yeah. And then GT4, where you can't go past Ferguson and Courtier. They just took the lead, didn't look back. But honourable mention to Mia Rose. That was an almighty drive back.
Yeah, that drive-through really cost them in the end.
Well, I think we'll start wrapping up the stream here. But it's not over yet for Go Rush Motions this week. We do have an event coming up on Thursday. Australian Touring Cars Group A at Oran Park. And I believe you're involved in that one too.
No, I don't think I have, but I am considering signing up for it. So
you should.
I don't know if you're trying to verbal judo me into that just then, or...
Well, the Group A touring cars are quite fun to drive, and we've certainly got a lot of action lined up for that one. Chris Ruffalo looks absolutely unstoppable in them again, but he needs competition.
You need him and Andy to race each other more often.
Yeah, Andy, if you're watching the stream, come join us. Come race. He won't. He's got Ruse on Thursday night, I think. That's okay. That's
really,
okay.
Really good job by all the racers and race control tonight.
Yeah, shout out to all the officials and volunteers involved in getting this race up and running, and shout out to all the competitors. It was a reasonably clean race. I'm surprised that we got through turn 1.
Yeah, impressive.
Well, anyway, I think we will wrap that up right here. Thank you very much to everyone for joining us. Had over 30 viewers and certainly a large number of followers as well. So thank you very much for joining us tonight. Make sure you slap that follow button if you haven't already. If you think we've done a great job, hit the subscribe button as well. That's much appreciated. But anyway, we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you very much. We'll see you next
Thanks,
time.
mate. Good job. See ya.